I missed it.
Recording
We're
in
so close.
progress.
And here's my camera, but okay, it's turned that side. There it turns to me. Gee whiz. I'm almost there. Can you believe it?
Okay, Chair.
Let's
Okay,
see. Let me play around. If I don't get it right, I'm gonna go out and come in again.
Okay, all right, Chair.
Okay. Chabu, you can make some coffee so long. I'm just waiting for Johnny is bringing my documents to Acacia.
Okay. He's in the meeting, okay.
Johnny wants to get in. Let me accept John.
Yeah, I want to. If he comes in, I want to tell him.
He's in now.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Johnny. He's bringing my documents to Acacia Park.
Morning, Chair. How are you?
Morning, Johnny.
How's it?
Fine, man.
Hey.
Backgrounds and effects. I am there. It's at none there. But it doesn't bring
You have 1 minute, Chair. You have 1 minute so that I can bring in everyone.
Oh, there I mess it up now.
Okay, Chair. Rather go back to the ones that you saw that you said were nice. Then we can use that one for now.
Avatars, photo. But what? No, it's fine. You can bring the people in. Don't worry. I'll play around.
Don't you have the where it says photos? Can't you choose there? I think your photo should be there. Did you see something that says photos? Click on that one and then you should be able to get your pictures, and then that one should be there.
It's fine. I'm gonna try next time.
Okay, all right. But you can keep on playing around with it now, Chair. It's fine.
Yes.
Because we still have 15 minutes before we start.
Okay, thanks, I.
Okay, Chair.
Thanks.
There you are. You got it.
Thank you.
Trial and error.
Thank you so much.
Finally, you have a nice background.
Yeah, that's actually a picture.
Yes, that's quite fine, Chair. Mr. Mngube, I see Mr. Mngube is in the meeting. Mr. Mngube? Mr. Mngube? The department is joining us at 9:30, Mr. Mngube.
Yeah, I think we should not allow them in.
Yes,
But you
yes,
don't have
Chair.
you don't have a list also.
Okay, no, I think he has left. Okay, Chair, no, that's fine.
I must just go to Parliament and take a nice picture. But how is this picture, Zoleka?
It's perfect, Chair.
Is it?
It's perfect, yes. Though it's
Yeah.
National Council of Provinces, but it is Parliament.
Yeah, but that other side, I was struggling to get it.
No, that's fine. It's perfect, Chair.
Thanks so much. Morning, members. We normally start these meetings 9:30. I'm not sure whether we are a quorum, but I would invite members to perhaps those who can just contact some of our colleagues to join in, and the professional staff, please indicate to me as to whether we are a quorum in order for us to start with this meeting. Am I audible?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. We need one more member, Chair. And also, Chair, I see colleagues from the department have joined the meeting. We did indicate that the department should join the meeting at 9:30. The meeting at 8:30 is between the committee and the Auditor General's office. So I'd request colleagues to leave the meeting and then join again at 9:30, those from the department.
Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Professional Portfolio Secretary. I see there's a message from the AG who would like to have access to provide us with a document.
Yes, it's been done, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm not too sure whether there are other meetings that members attend, but we are running out of time, and if it's possible, I would really appeal to anyone to try and call if you are aware of any member that indicated he or she will attend this meeting.
Chairperson, we can start. Ms. Molotsane has just joined.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning, honorable members. A warm welcome to the Auditor General and his entourage. Members, we are going to meet today with the Auditor General's office as well as the department in itself. Welcome. You always used to say that I love sessions of this nature. Although safe to say that I know that the AG is also meeting with the department on the same issues. But what I really like is that for me, it sounds like a gossip session. If we leave here, then members go back and they sound like the AG when we meet with the department. But once again, welcome. And also thank you for the opportunity and for the work that the AG is doing currently with not only this entity, but also various entities. We also would like to thank you for your work and in most cases, findings and recommendations. And I think today what is very key for us as members of parliament is the audit report. Also for the department to highlight not only the failures, but also the positive things that the department is capable of. And I think the primary objective here today is to go and to discuss and have these discussions with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, because some of these reports that we are going to receive here today will have a direct effect on the decisions as well as the recommendations that we as the portfolio committee have to do towards Parliament. We are aware that there are many successes, there are many failures, and there are also room for improvement in all of these. And we would like the AG's office to indicate to us where this department have shown some good practice, where also innovation and as well as how the financial management looks like. But more so, I think what we as a collective are interested in is service delivery, because I think that is the buzzword when it comes to Parliament and to entities as far as this is concerned. Lay emphasis to this portfolio committee on the financial mismanagement and accountability of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and also whether there has been room created to address the necessary findings. And what we are also very much interested in is the internal mechanisms that these departments have, as also the governance oversight by the department itself. So we are aware that there are numerous oversight tools when it comes to the entity, when it comes to Parliament, when it comes to various structures, and even those that receive monies. So there is just no way that we can lose the plot. We are now almost a year with the department. We've seen a number of things, and I can just wish members well with the briefing that we received here today from the AG's office. I am not going to ask due to the fact that we are having a Zoom meeting, members to introduce themselves. But what I would like to request that if a member is going to speak to introduce him or herself, then I'm going to ask the Auditor General to just introduce himself and all the delegation that is with him today and their designated responsibilities and also their designated areas. Then they can proceed. Following that, we will then request members to ask questions before we're going to meet with the department. Over to you, Auditor General.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Michelle Margaman. I'm a business unit leader within the Office of the Auditor General. I am joined with my team by Lito Tsetsi. There she's got her camera on. I also have Umpemezi Sitebe. Mbali is the Deputy Business Unit Leader within the Office of the Auditor General, and Umpemezi is a Senior Manager within the office. She's primarily responsible for this portfolio. Chair and honorable members, we did share our presentation a few months ago, and this was primarily on the work that we performed on the annual performance plan that for 25-26, where we give an early warning signal in terms of how the targets and indicators are planned, so that the departments or the entities can then incorporate our recommendations. And this is primarily just to make sure that the way that the annual performance plan is crafted meets the criteria that it needs to craft. So you'll see all of those findings we will share with you. We will also share with you whether those findings were incorporated by the department or whether it was not incorporated. But I think in the main, for this department, I must say that all the areas that we did present were fairly incorporated in the annual performance plan. We also have what we call a status of records review, where we do it. It's almost like an early warning signal before the audit commences fully, where we give the department some of the key areas that we've identified to allow them an opportunity to either fix or rectify or incorporate, and we will highlight those areas to you. They're also incorporated in the presentation. We also have the status of the material irregularity that we had identified within the Department of Sports, within the department itself. We will share those with you. I must state that the audit is still underway. So in terms of the status of records review or some of the key areas that we've identified, we will not necessarily be able to give a concrete response in terms of whether the department has incorporated or not. It's still going through under the audit process. We'll only be able to finalize that on the 31st of July. So I hope, Chair, that will be in order. However, we do highlight the key areas that we did give the department in terms of what is it that we think is a risk and what is it that we think they need to fix. So we're also going to share that with you, Chair and honorable members. Chair, with that said, let me allow Umpemezi to take us through the presentation. Umpemezi, are you ready?
Yes, Michelle.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, Umpemezi. Excuse me, Chair. Chairperson.
Yes, Soleka.
We did not adopt the agenda, Chair. Can we please do that before we continue?
Oh, my apologies. I thought we were going to do that if we meet a DSEC. Well, honorable members, my apologies. The agenda is in front of us. We already start. And can I have a member to propose and second that we proceed with the agenda? And this will apply, directly so for DSEC if they are going to enter this meeting as well. Is there a proposal?
Honorable Molotsane, good morning, Chair. Good morning,
Good morning.
honorable members, and good morning, everyone who's on the platform. My name is Mathulo Molotsane. I propose for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. I've heard another member. I couldn't see who that
Thank
is.
you very much, Honorable Howard Chairperson. Good morning to your good self and everybody on the platform. Let me also stand to support the proposal to adopt the agenda as it is. Thank you very much.
Morning, Honorable Howard. Thank you so much. With that said, and my apologies again unto you, AG, but the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Chair. Ompemetse, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready, Michelle. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes, we can, Mpemetse. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will then take you through the presentation. Starting off with our mission and vision. As the Auditor General of South Africa, we have a constitutional mandate as the supreme audit institution, as we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector. That we do by auditing, thereby building public sector culture, thereby building public confidence. We also have a vision to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector culture. Chair, we also have included a slide whereby we are indicating the correlation between the AG's mandate and that of Parliament, indicating that while we have a responsibility to strengthen the constitutional democracy, the Parliament also has a responsibility to ensure that they provide mechanisms to ensure that there is accountability within the public sector and the organs of state. And we will then go through the audit in line with our Public Audit Act, ensuring that we then provide an opinion on the financial statements as well as a report on any conclusions or findings in relation to compliance with legislation, as well as reporting on performance management against the predetermined objectives. We also indicate that in line with our material irregularity, if there is any material irregularity identified, the Auditor General may then refer that suspected material irregularity to a relevant body or have it then dealt with internally by the Auditor General, and that the Portfolio Committee then has oversight over this Portfolio Committee of Sport, Arts and Culture. Just a reminder in relation to our culture shift slide, where we are indicating our aspiration, ensuring that there is an impact positively on the lived experiences of the citizen. That we are doing by ensuring that we are plotting our oddities along the continuum from doing harm towards doing good, with the objective that they actually improve along this continuum. That we are doing through obtaining insights, using them to then influence our oddities, ensuring that they shift across the continuum towards then doing good. Where the auditees then are not responding appropriately, we then enforce we use enforcement to shift the culture towards doing good. The public sector culture that we are working towards is characterized by good performance, accountability, institutional integrity, as well as transparency. Chair, just a reminder of the accountability ecosystem, indicating that as the Auditor General, we are looking to ensure that management is actually doing what they should in their position as part of leadership and decision makers, right from the officials who are doing the daily checks and balances, the senior management that's supposed to then provide supervision, the accounting officer that is responsible for ensuring that there's actually proper systems in place, and that there's effective and transparent systems for management to then utilize, and ensuring that they are carrying out the department's mandate, as well as being supported by internal audit and the audit committee as part of assurance providers. We also have an executive authority, which in our case, we have also engaged in providing the same presentation that we are presenting to yourself today, and also noting that there is then Parliament, which includes the oversight committees, such as the committee we are presenting to today. There's also coordinating institutions that are supposed to then provide support and oversight, and also part of the support that the other coordinating institutions would be providing would be in relation to planning, budgeting, working with the department in relation to budgeting, as well as ensuring that there is monitoring in place. As the Auditor General, we are right at the center of it, ensuring that we are deriving the relevant insights that are required, and also ensuring that we use them effectively to influence throughout our audit. To the extent that there are challenges, then we will apply enforcement, ensuring that overall there is then everyone is doing what they should be doing, and there is accountability within the ecosystem. Chair, as requested, I will then take you through the proactive review of the DSEC APP, just on a high level, indicating the planning, budgeting, and reporting cycle of government, noting that it would emanate from the National Development Plan. It's cascaded down. Previously, it was the MTSF. Currently, there is the MTDP. And the department would then have an overall responsibility of ensuring that there is a strategic planning with the oversight from Parliament, and ensure that it cascades further down to the annual performance plan and budget, where it is then carried out operational within the department, and also with monitoring controls, ensuring that what they have planned, they actually do, and they check throughout the year. And whilst they are reporting and they note that there are any deviations, they ensure that they assess and adjust accordingly into the next cycle, ensuring that ultimately they are then doing what they should as part of their mandate. While the government currently has a well-designed system, we have noted that there has been some weaknesses that were identified in relation to inadequate annual planning, ineffective oversight and accountability. In some instances, the annual performance plans were found to be incomplete. Indicators in some instances were not measurable or relevant, and there has been also some limited consistency in relation to what was planned versus what is actually reported on. There has been also some issues in relation to limited support and intergovernmental coordination spheres, as well as the annual targets that are set at 0 or too low to achieve the multi-year targets, and reporting on delivery that is not credible, or instances that service delivery actually is not delivered. I will then take you through what the department then needs to do with the support of the portfolio committee as their oversight to ensure that there is good performance within the department and its entities. And that is basically to ensure that the information that they are reporting on is actually accurate enough for its intended use, and also to respond to the changes that the indicator seeks to achieve, and also ensuring that the indicators are actually well defined and they are clear, meaning that they are not ambiguous in any way. And it is also clear how the information would be collected consistently to ensure that they are also easy to understand and use. We also need to have the department be able to verify the information that they've actually used, ensuring that there's basically audit trail, that there is actually a way to validate the processes and systems that the department would have then applied. The indicators also ought to then be cost effective and ensure that it must be justifiable in terms of the cost of also collecting the data in relation to that specific indicator to achieve the set objectives. And then in relation to the appropriateness of the indicators, the department needs to also avoid unintended consequences and also encourage service delivery improvements. And it also needs to ensure that the indicators are relevant and that they relate logically and directly so to the aspect of the institution's mandate. And we have also had the SMART criteria that we are recommending the department to then use, ensuring that their indicators are specific in relation to the nature and the level of performance that's required, and it's clear, as well as it then being easily measurable and for it to be achievable. So the indicator needs to be realistic given the capacity and the budget that the department would be having. And then in terms of relevance, we are then saying it needs to then clearly link to the required to the achievement in line with what the department then seeks to achieve from its APP, which is the annual performance plan, as well as the strategic plan going backwards up towards the MTDP and the NDP. And the time bound is actually talking to that specific indicator should then be able to be achieved within the period that is set. So that would be the financial year under review at that point. So the department needs to ensure that they have all this good practices in place. And with that in place, they should be able to then plan appropriately and be able to ultimately provide the service delivery that is required to ensure that there is improvement and positive change for the lived experience of the citizens. Chair, in relation to the APP review, we provide you with the scope as well as the findings. The scope was primarily for us to have a better understanding of the process that the department would have followed in preparing their 5-year strategic plan, as well as their final draft of the annual plans that were then to be tabled to the portfolio committee in Parliament. We also looked at the completeness of the relevance of the indicators in relation to the scoped in subject matters. And also we did assess the measurability as well as relevance and the quality of the indicators and the plan targets for all the programs that were included in the draft annual plan. And this was mainly to enable us to provide insights to the accounting officers, as well as the executive authorities and the portfolio committee. We have already presented to management as well as the audit committee and then to the minister in April. So, Chair, in relation to the specific findings that we identified, the first one was in relation to the indicator that is included in the MTDP, which is the number of work opportunities created through the creative sector stimulus, which was not included in the APP when we then reviewed it. Management subsequently updated the APP to include this finding, to include this indicator and resolve the finding. We also had in Program 1, in relation to number of systems developed for to automate manual functions, where the indicator was not clearly defined. It was ambiguous at the point of the review, and this could have resulted in inconsistent data, as it was unclear what the term developed actually refers to, especially looking at the context that this is referring to multi-year initiatives. And further management also, the criteria for determining the project completion at that point was not specific in relation to the source data that would have been used. And management then has provided that clear indication in their TID, as well as clarifying the indicator so that it's specific and clear. Looking into Program 2, there was an indicator that talks to percentage of compliant sport and recreational body support.
Once again, good morning. It seems that we have experienced a technical glitch there. I just received a message, the host has ended this meeting. I see some have joined again, but we will start as soon as possible. And again, we would like to apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate your patience. I also want to ask to the portfolio desk, to just indicate if and when everyone is on the platform, so that we can give the opportunity to the AG to proceed with the presentation. Once everyone is going to be connected, we will then start our meeting. Thanks for understanding.
Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies. I don't see Mpemetse on the platform. I will let you know as soon as she joins, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I'm back on the platform and I've just learned that I got kicked out. I probably have been presenting to myself for a bit. If I may be advised.
Just a second, we experienced a technical glitch, and you're not the only one. Everyone was actually kicked out. But as we are welcoming members back, I will indicate to you when to start. But if you can, you're much welcome to flight your presentation again.
Will do, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, we are ready. You may continue.
AG, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I am currently on slide 10, just to confirm that this is where we all were when I got kicked out. Can I continue from the slide?
I think it's slide 10. Yeah, yes, it's slide 10.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
All right. So I will then start with the ACDP in relation to the gender-based violence, the indicator that talks to the number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide supported. We noted that although it aligns to the MTDP indicator, it was not clear how the department would then ensure that it is well covered throughout the 5-year period. And the department then also indicated that the 5-year contribution should then be seen as a consolidation across the various departments, as the department would be working with all other departments in relation to this indicator. Then on the last slide of the APP review findings, we have the number of sport and cultural diplomacy initiatives implemented to promote South African cultural values, whereby we noted that the indicator where it was referring to diplomacy, it was not clear, it was not well defined rather, as to what diplomacy then meant, and that the department then provided clarity in relation to diplomacy in the context of the way South Africa uses sport and arts and culture as tools to build relations, promote mutual understanding, and enhance the country's image internationally. And then there was an indicator in relation to the number of capacity building projects supported. And we noted that the target of 27 was not aligned to what was then provided in the narration, as the department had indicated that there would be 34 projects, and management also corrected the error to align the information accordingly. We also then noted, Chair, that there were various indicators under Program 2 and as well as Program 3, whereby these indicators had targets that were lower than their previous actual achievements. And this was in relation to the number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sports and recreation, as well as the number of learners competing at the national sport, the school sport championship, as well as the number of multi-year human language technology projects supported and number of university students supported to study languages. And management then indicated that this reduction was mainly due to the budget reallocation, which impacted the availability of funds in relation to this earmarked projects. Overall, we then noted that the root causes was that management did not then ensure that there is completeness of the MTDP indicators, and that they had not implemented internal controls also to ensure that the annual performance plan is prepared strictly in relation to, or in line rather, to the revised framework for strategic plans and annual plans. And management ought to then ensure that they then adhere to the required the prescripts that are then provided in relation to the frameworks that relates to strategic planning and annual performance plans. And that then would have been the issues primarily in relation to the performance information. Chair, as Michelle indicated, that there was also the status of records review that we have provided yourselves with, but we also note that this would have been as at the end of December, and as a result, there might have been some movement in relation to these matters. I just want to highlight in relation to procurement, as this is one of the matters that are currently still active. It's just in relation to the department ensuring that they then follow the appropriate procurement process. This was firstly in relation to the presidential inauguration, where there was irregular expenditure that resulted from that to the value of 6.7 million. And there was initially a dispute, but subsequently Treasury then pronounced on it. We also have a matter that's actually coming back from 2021-22, whereby there was a dispute as well, where the department had actually they had not awarded the highest scoring bidder in relation to a travel agency, and to date they had, well, that this is now, as I've indicated, as at the end of December, they had already incurred irregular expenditure to the tune of 8.6 million, but it's still sitting as under assessment as they are still disputing this matter. And we are going to also continue to focus on consequence management, just to look closely as to whether management then ensured that they address the delays in relation to concluding and finalizing on the adoption of the investigation reports to allow for timeous consequence management. We also noted some vacancies within the department that require the attention of the executive authority and the portfolio committee, especially in relation to the position of the acting DG that had been vacant for over 24 months. And then, Chair, in relation to transfers, we will look into it in more detail, as this is a matter that has been stemming from the prior year, and at the point of the status of records, we also still noted that the department in relation to the prior year, there still was that reported non-compliance, and then we also had performed some specific procedures, but we are continuing to then audit, and we would only be able to then revert to the portfolio committee with the progress since we have then audited. In relation to oversight, we also provided you with the few departments where we noted some significant issues that the department ought to then follow through on. And we also at this point would not be able to provide the latest progress, but as we revert to yourselves after the cycle, we should be able to then provide that update. But that information was as at December. And in relation to service delivery, we also had looked at the prior year annual report, where we had noted that there were a number of annual federations allocations that were actually retained, or the programs had to be rolled over, and this was mainly due to the allocations having been received late. This would obviously delay the federations in utilizing these funds, and the department should then ensure that they timeously transfer these allocations to the federations, and that should then allow the federations to be able to utilize the funds during that specific financial year. We also noted that the internal audit also performed their review in relation to the accuracy of information, and they found that some of the technical indicator descriptions were partially adequate and verifiable, and that was for various indicators. So the department also needs to look into ensuring that the verification sources are then adequate in order to ensure that they report appropriately in their APR. I will not talk to this one, it might also be outdated. And in relation to Sarah Bartman, at that time, the project was still awaiting the DPWI's minister's response. Subsequently, we have been informed that there was a response that they will not be handing the project over to DSEC and would continue with the project and have a plan to ensure that it is carried out. We will also follow through on that. In relation to Enyokeni, as at year end, it had reached a practical completion stage, and we also did actually perform a visit on it together with our performance auditors, and we will provide further insights as we report on this cycle. The Winnie Mandela Bomb Clinic also had not been completed. It was only at 10% completion at that time, and management then indicated that the project, the service provider then had left the project, and they were committing that by end of March 2026 the project would be completed. This then is mainly in relation to the entities. As I've indicated, there might have been a lot of movement at this point, which we are not necessarily able to then talk to. What I can perhaps talk to is the national training sector that the department has actually been supporting, and the objective was to have a world-class facility aimed at enhancing the training as well as the preparation of the athletes for national and international competitions. And there has been challenges, and despite the department having already incurred 40 million in the design costs between the fiscal years 2016-17 to 2019-20, the project then has faced significant delays, primarily due to the land ownership complications, where originally the site was then designated for the National Training Center, was actually sold to a private entity. And the DPWI was actually making alternative arrangements to resolve the issue in relation to this matter. And also, given the significant investment that the department has already made, we do urge the department to ensure that they follow through in relation to this matter and to take swift action to address the challenges thereof. I will then move over to the material irregularity. Just a reminder, Chair and members, in relation to the material irregularity, noting that a material irregularity is any non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or a breach of fiduciary duty identified during an audit performed under the Act that resulted in or is likely to result in a material financial loss, the misuse or loss of a material public resource, or substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. The objective of the AGSA primarily in relation to the MI is to ensure that we instill a culture of accountability, improve the protection of the resources, as well as enhancing the sector performance and encourage ethical culture and conduct within the public sector, also strengthening public sector institutions to better serve the people of South Africa. We would, in instances where there's a regularity, then ensure that we notify the accounting officer, and we would then await their response, which is then provided within 20 days, whereby we would then determine whether they are actually planning to take appropriate action or already are. And in that case, we'll then follow through with the department. And in an event that they are not taking appropriate actions, then we need to then consider providing recommendations to the department, and failing of which we need to get to a point of remedial action. And if there is also no remedial action taken, ultimately we would get to a certificate of that. Also, as I've previously said at the beginning, the Auditor General has then the right to refer other material irregularities to the other relevant public bodies. In relation to the MI that was identified at DISEC, which was in relation to a broadcasting academy that was supposed to have been implemented to the tune of 7.5 million, where we then noted that the funds were not used for the purpose intended. The department has a process in place in relation to recovering the funds, and they have taken the matter through the state attorney to the High Court. And they also would be, at this point, per the latest update that we were provided with, the beneficiary then had requested a plea to then provide their to defend in relation to the matter, but there was a default judgment in relation to that, and the department through the High Court then has confirmed that there would be in October in relation to the said matter for to proceed in relation to the recovery of the funds. The other aspects in relation to the forensic as well as consequence management and reporting the matter to the SAPS had also been completed. So we are following through closely and also looking into the department, also ensuring that there's appropriate controls that are in place in relation to the MI. And we urge the portfolio committee to continue to then provide the oversight and support to the department in ensuring that this matter is ultimately addressed. Then, Chair, I will be moving towards the call to action. We have engaged the accounting officer, and we also had commitments from the accounting officer in relation to the matters that were raised. And we noted that the accounting officer is currently making progress. There are some continued efforts that are there fully address the prior year non-compliance, and that there's also close monitoring on projects, which is still required for the legacy projects. And we also are noting that there's still some delays in relation to the completion and finalization of the investigations. And that would be on the side of the accounting officer, Chair. We then also followed through with the manager, with the executive authority, and we then engaged the minister, whereby he then indicated that he would provide us with progress in relation to the commitments. Our office awaits commitments to date, but we continue to follow up. Then in relation to the progress on the commitments, we had previously proposed to the portfolio committee that they need to monitor and track the implementation of the action plans so that they're developed to address audit findings that were reported in the within the portfolio in the prior year, and also engage the accounting officer and the executive regularly to ensure that action is actually taken to address the non-compliance relating to the transfers and subsidies to beneficiaries. Also to provide oversight in relation to the investigations into irregularities and the implementation of consequence management by the accountability ecosystem role players. Chair, and here this slide is just to indicate as AGSA, we are also recognized by the World Bank as one of the only two independent supreme audit institutions, and also to provide some of the other work that we do internationally, and the Auditor General also having been recognized as the top employer for 2025. I thank you, Chair and members.
Thank you so much, Mpimedzi. Chair and honorable members, this is our presentation. We have shared some of these focus areas and early warnings to the department. As I indicated, we are still within the audit process, so we are supposed to, we envisage that we will sign on the 31st of July. The outcomes of whether the department has progressed or not. We are seeing that in some instances, there has been movement, but we'll only be able to confirm that once we've completed all processes within the audit process. Thank you, Chair. We are in your hands.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and thank you so much, Mfometse, as always, crisp and to the point. May I, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, acknowledge the report, and I would like to call upon members if there is questions. You are welcome to ask questions, but I would like us to manage time effectively. The fact that we have to meet with the department itself. The AGS highlighted quite numerous key findings as well as some outcomes. So over to you, members. Please indicate if you would like to ask a question. Honorable Khabu, then Honorable Mtetwa.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And once more again, good morning to your good self. And let me just try and put on my video here.
Makhato again.
Noted, Honorable Member.
All right, Chairperson, can I continue?
Yes, please continue, Honorable Khabu.
Unfortunately, I cannot share the screen because of already there is a presentation, but thanks for the opportunity, Chairperson. Let me welcome the report as it has been presented by the Auditor General, especially reflecting on the accountability ecosystem, Honorable Chair. Chair, maybe just for the purpose of clarity, I just needed clarity from the AG. And it's a straightforward question, whether there's been progress in relation to audit outcomes of a department. I'm raising this because of previously they've indicated that they do mid-year reviews as a way of prepare or indicating early warnings that the department must be able to correct as a way of avoiding certain outcomes, especially bad audit outcomes. Now, the Auditor General keeps on saying that there has been movement, but the movement has not been clarified. I'll seek clarity, or I'll request the Auditor General just to please quantify or qualify a statement, because one would want to know, looking into the recommendations that they have made during the media review, has there been a practical commitment in resolving those issues? Because from where we are sitting, from where I'm sitting as a member of the Portfolio Committee, I believe that there are a number of recurring issues, and to a large extent, the department is not willing or has not demonstrated any ability to resolve those issues. One of the second issue that I want to raise, Chairperson, it's in relation to the transfer of funds. When we met SAFA, we were told of the 5 million advance payment. And we always argue or seek clarity in terms of which processes the department following first and foremost. But secondly, how do they get to a conclusion now that this entity must now benefit from an advance payment, and they are unable to clarify the issue of the policy as to whether it's there or not? Chairperson, I think let me just stop there, and I would want to get more clarity in terms of the AG's observation on the department, Chairperson, taking into consideration that you've got an acting CEO, DG, that has been there for more than 2 years. The top management is generally in shambles. That is the clarity that would want to get. What is the implications of shifting senior or top management from one entity to the other? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Khabu. Honorable Mtetwa.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. And good morning, honorable members, AG. I think I'm also going to follow on Honorable Khabu's question. And I want to find out if this report that is presented to us, is it an interim report or a final report? I'm asking this question because it doesn't seem to instill confidence. The usage of words like subsequently or it was subsequent, it says the AG is not sure whether subsequently those issues were resolved. It leaves gaps in between. It doesn't give us, I'm sure the plan was to equip us in order for us when we get to a meeting with the department, we are able, therefore, to navigate, but it leaves more questions than answers. For instance, the AG talks about the PSP. And it says, because we know that the PSP was not planned for, and therefore it was not clearly defined. It talks about jobs, and nobody can say what type of jobs were created. Instead, the AD uses the word unambiguous instead of ambiguous. That it was not clear, but he uses the word unambiguous. Unambiguous means that there's clarity. Not unless my English it's leaving me behind. Ambiguous. It was the definition of jobs of the project was very ambiguous. It was done hurriedly. So I want to find out, do you have figures of jobs that were created during that PSP? The third one is recommendations. You speak of recommendations, 3 recommendations. Are you also monitoring those recommendations, or those recommendations were for the portfolio committee to follow up on? If those were so, I would like to, there are certain, I don't remember, because now I'm not able to access my presentation, where you speak about a case that was open and we must assist in monitoring. Can we have the case number? We will very indeed assist, Chair, in monitoring. We need the case number. And maybe also, maybe that would be for the department. There's a case that was opened against Don Laka for the downtown studios. I don't know what happened to that case. Are you able to give light onto what led to that case collapsing, or rather being abandoned? What were the reasons? Is it according to the law that it should be so, or the department decided, no, we're not going to pursue the case? And then in terms, you speak also of consequence management. This is my last question, Chair. When you speak of consequence management, we've had this term, it has actually become cliche. In AG's experience, has DSEC ever meted or applied consequence management? Do you have any example or any, in terms of your stats, where you recommended that there should be consequence management, as you have been speaking now about that? Have you ever seen that applied? And if not, what is the recourse by the AG where such recommendations are made, but the department doesn't comply with those? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Makhato, followed by Honorable Daniels, and then finally Honorable Molatsane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Polana Makhato, and then I just want to thank the presentation. I've got the concerns first. So before I can go to the questions, the projected budget decline is minus 3.8% average growth over MTEF. So those are the areas of my concern. And again, there's limited integration between various funds. So I just want those people just to check those things. And then again, under the areas of concern, economic impact of creative investments. So there are the things they appear when they are presenting. Now I want to come with some questions. How will the department measure the quality and sustainability of the 10 bargain?
Honorable Makhato. Honorable
Okay.
Makhato.
Yes.
the questions that you are raising, can we leave that for the Department Sports, Arts and Culture when they're going to appear before us?
Okay.
It is relevant, but we are only dealing now with the report by the AG.
No,
But
thank you
keep
very
the
much.
questions, it is relevant.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to colleagues. Good morning, everybody present on this platform. Chairperson, can I switch my camera off?
Yes, you may, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Chairperson, I want to welcome the presentation by the team of the AG's office. But I just want to briefly touch on a view that I have when it comes to allocations being given late, resulting in rollovers, and it's poor planning. And I really believe that we cannot just allow funds to be handed over late, which results in rollovers and delay in projects, because it's an injustice to the public who's in need of these programs or facilities or even job opportunities, because it's got a knock-on effect when those payments are being delayed. The community suffers at large, and we need to then come hard on whoever the culprits are responsible for these delays in order to ensure that we function optimally, because there's no ways. We know when budgets are being passed. We know about how much budget has been allocated, the division of the budgets. And whoever takes responsibility for that must be held to account, because it is totally irresponsible or incompetent of those in those positions to ensure that those funds are being paid over timelessly. The knock-on effect is too devastating. When I reflect on the item raised on the broadcasting project, which has gone pear-shaped to the tune of 7.5 million rand, I'm happy to know or note that it's been investigated. But we must also put pressure on those investigating officers, because you see what people tend to do. If you have given me the 7.5 million, I knew upfront already that I'm going to misappropriate that funds, because a crook will remain a crook like a leopard, doesn't change its spots. They get away for too long, and when they get this money, they don't care, because that money makes money for them in other avenues, whether it be legitimate, whether it be illegal, whether it be however form they apply that money, but they use that money because they are crooks. Anybody misappropriating the funds and it's not been used for intended purposes is a crook. So we must be very awake when we deal with those people. I suggest such companies must be blacklisted, and they must move with speed so that assets can be attached and removed that belongs to the organization or the company. Then the last item I want to just give my viewpoint on is the delays that I pick up here on this report on construction work. Even those contractors, you will find that they've got a track record or history of delaying previous projects, and they too must be blacklisted for not meeting the targets. The biggest challenge when it comes to those type of work is that we fail or we neglect to send in independent assessors to do quantification of the value of the work done in relation to the scope of work. Because one stadium that comes to mind, amongst many others across the country, but for the sake of time, I'm only going to mention one, is the stadium in Graafrenet, the Kolikuberg Stadium. There was something, if my memory serves me well, something to the tune of 45 million rand given for renovations. But to date, the project got halted. Despite so many millions paid, there's no value for money at all. And it's deeply disturbing that this happens. And it appears to the public there was crying foul for what is happening, that nothing is being done. And I think the reason, to conclude, Chairperson, why there is the perception that nothing is being done, or the wheel grinds too slowly according to the liking of the people out there, is that barking without biting will not curb the scourge of state funding being misappropriated, abused, or looted. We need to start putting in our teeth and start biting so we can make examples of those people. And in the main, I think we must seriously look at blacklisting of those people who do not deliver on time and do not meet the targets, because they are clearly then incompetent and crooked. So thank you, Chairperson. Let me land there.
Yeah, Honorable Daniels, I really would want you to bring that question back again when we meet with the department. That question must be asked directly to the department, because I can tell you there's 200 million rand allocated for federations. And the late payment is because of the a reluctance by the department. The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want Chairperson to make sure that it's me. Let me switch off my
Thank you,
video.
Honorable.
Thank you. Chairperson, I think I have only one question to the Office of the DG. Let me first appreciate the report that they've just presented. My question, Chair, it's regarding the issue of, I think the presenter has just made it clear that it is the function of the portfolio committee to play oversight on the department, including the investigations, Chair. I remember I've been asking a certain report on the investigation, and I think this time it will be a proper time to ask the Auditor General. We've been requesting the forensic report on material irregularities that happened in 2023, and the acting DG said that report, yes, he knew about the report, and the report it's in the table of the minister. Is it possible, DG, for us to AG for us to get that report, because unfortunately we haven't been winning that issue of getting the report. You've just said it, that it's our function to do oversight, including the investigation. Because if the investigations report are just been done and not been sent to the portfolio committee, it's very difficult for us to do the oversight and also to track if there is any if there is anything that has been done on that report, if there is any person who has been charged regarding whatever that has happened, if there is any regaining the funds that we've just lost. So is it possible for DG to assist us in getting that report of immaterial irregularities that happened in 2023? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Members, I think those were very, very much relevant questions to the AG. And I will also again encourage members in terms of the response to carry those questions over to the meeting that we're going to have later, in addition with other issues. I'm going to give 10 to the least 10, the most 15 minutes to the DG to respond to the questions of the honorable members. DG.
Honorable Chair, the AG.
Yeah, my apologies. It's Honorable Molatsane who's
my apologies,
because
my
he was
apology,
referring
Chair,
to you all the
AG.
time as the DG.
No, my apology, Chair, AG. AG.
It's contagious. DG, AG, please proceed.
No, thank you so much. I just thought, let me just get that clarity. Just to respond in terms of the report that we shared with you, it was performed, so the findings already performed before the year end, and this is what we call our early warning signal report. If you look at the status of records review, It is not our final audit. We are still in progress of the final audit. We will come back to the committee when we do complete the audit. We've signed off in July, and we do then come to the committee to give you the final audit outcomes. But if you look at the early warning signals, these are areas we're saying that they still require focus. If you look at page, if you look at the page 15, it talks in detail in terms of the transfers, in terms of what we are still finding and what kind of progress has already been made. So if you look at from page about 14, 15, 16, those are the areas where we are specifically detailing what we are finding at the moment, and what we are saying to the department they need to go and look at and go and fix. However, the audit in itself is still underway, and we should be able to give the committee as normal the audit outcomes and in terms of the improvement. However, this is an indication in terms of where we see that the department just needs to improve the audit outcome. So this is definitely our early warning signal. In terms of the, and I'm going to allow my team to also respond to some of the areas, so I'll leave some of the questions for them to respond. Maybe let me just pause there and allow maybe Mbali to take some of the questions, but I thought let me clarify that up front so that we are all on the same page in terms of what we are highlighting to the committee. It is a good report when you do meet the department to be able to also be focused in terms of some of the focus areas we looked at, and some of the areas maybe you can also pose to the department as well as some of the entities. I think it will also help in terms of your oversight and in terms of some of the clarities to just assist the department in improving the audit outcomes. But it is not our final audit outcome as yet. That is yet still to be signed off at the legislative deadline of 31 July. Mbali, can I allow you to take some, and then Mpimetse as well?
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Good morning. I will start with the question about the transfer of funds. That indeed the department does have a policy around how they conducted the transfers of funds, and also how they're supposed to monitor. And these are dependent on the nature of the transfers, because they have various categories. They include transfers to the sport federations, transfers that are done via the Mzansi Golden Economy, and also others that are made to the non-profit institutions. And in all of these transfers, the department, the key thing is to ensure that after the transfers, there are reports that are sent back by these various entities to report on how the funds were used. And this is basically to ensure that they were used as intended, as required in terms of the regulations. So when we audit, we do look at whether then there were reports and they were also accompanied by sufficient information to enable the department to then play that oversight role in terms of ensuring that the funds were indeed used as intended, because there will be memorandum of understanding that are signed by all the recipients of these funds. And in those MOUs, they do include then the obligations of the recipient in terms of what they are supposed to do to then report back to the department to confirm what the monies were used for. So there is a policy supported by the processes that must be followed depending on the nature of the transfers that are being made. Then the question about the interim report, yes, I can say that this is an interim report, as Michelle has indicated. It was an early warning to the department to indicate what are the gaps that we see in the environment that they must close before they even submit the financial statements and their annual performance report to us for audit, which is then currently ongoing. On the issues that we reported in terms of the review of the annual performance plan, yes, we did highlight that subsequently what happened, because we would have seen the gap or the area that was a concern to us. For instance, if an indicator was not clearly defined, and that is where we talk about it it was not unambiguous, meaning that it could result in different interpretations depending on how you read it. And that's when we went back to the department to say that they must clarify that particular indicator so that anyone who reads it in the annual performance plan is able to interpret it in the same way. So that's when then they went back to correct it. And we then verified in the final draft APP that they submitted to Parliament, whether that correction was then made. And in this case of the APP, we're able to confirm that indeed then there was more information provided to clarify the indicators so that there are no different interpretations in how we read it. And then in terms of recommendation, indeed, Chair, when we make recommendations, we do go back to the accounting officer to confirm if indeed they've implemented our recommendations. And you will note that in this document, we've provided towards the end on the call to action, what the recommendations that we made last year to the accounting officer. And then they provided their progress to say, what have they done about our recommendations? And then on the last line in the slide that we are showing now, we still give our observations as the AGSA to say, from what we are seeing on the ground, what is the real progress based on our own assessment? So you'll see that even though the accounting officer gave their own progress, but we still indicated that we note that, but there are still some gaps that they must close if they want to fully, or in terms of them fully addressing the findings that we had indicated in the prior year. Indeed, Chair, in terms of the material irregularity, we did indicate that the matter was reported to the SAPS, and I think the department then should be able to provide you with the case number so that the committee can provide oversight, because they did provide that case number to us, and I think the DG should be in a position to also then provide it to the committee for follow-up on the case. With regards to the case around Downtown Studios, as the audit team, we're not aware that there was a case opened in relation to the Downtown Studios matter. From our side, we are still conducting an audit into the transfers, as we indicated, and this will also include the transfers that were made to in relation to the studio. But at this point in time, we are not aware of a case that has been opened by the department in relation to it. And then in terms of the question around consequence management, yes, we do make recommendations to the accounting officer if we identify that they have investigated and did not take the recommended actions in terms of consequence management, and we recommend that they must indeed do that. But what we've noted is highlighted in our report is that there was a delay in finalizing investigations because the investigation must then inform the consequence management that must be taken. So what we recommended is that there must be agency in terms of finalizing the investigations, and therefore the department being able to implement necessary actions in terms of consequence management. So that's what we've highlighted now to the accounting officer, and we also elevated it when we met with the minister to say that there are too many active investigations that are not getting to conclusion. So they must ensure that swiftly they finalize the investigations to ensure that consequence management does take place in the department. I think I have addressed all the questions. We've noted some inputs or comments from Honorable Daniels. Okay, I think the last question from Honorable Mulitsane was around the investigation in terms of the...
Can you, Mbali?
Yes, Chair.
Mbali, can you respond to the Honorable Daniel's question on the issue of the late allocations of funds by the department? I may add, the issues mentioned by Honorable Eugene Tetwa. Yeah, and I must say that there is a little bit of a mistrust between the department and the portfolio committee. A case in point is federations, the issue raised by Honorable Daniels. Last year, September, over 1 million was paid to a federation, someone by the name Gary Kirsten. We Googled, there's no such proof, nothing. That case just died. If you as the AG perhaps can register that case in addition to the cases Honorable Tetwa, but I don't want also, for you now to be the watchdog, because the oversight is from the portfolio committee and towards the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. But the issue of the federation, this particular federation, it was not even a federation. It's been paid over $1 million. It just went dead. It fly, and to date, myself don't have, to the satisfaction, a response on over $1 million that has been paid to a federation. Perhaps if you can just indicate how what the approach is in the case of late payments pertaining to federations by DSEC. And I mean, DSEC is paying monies to these federations. At the end of the day, they're paying it out in line with the plan. And how is it that a plan DSEC and the federation get money and just been paid back to? I would be very, very glad.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So with regards to the issue of the late transfers to the Federation, this is the matter that we also identified during our early warning review, whereby we are highlighting this to the department to say that we note it as a gap that needs to be closed so that they are able to ensure that federations do deliver on their programs. So it is something that we are currently following up as we are conducting our audit. We are looking at the transfers to various federations by the department, and we will be able then to give you the feedback when we finalize the audit outcomes to say, what did we then find in regards to the current year under review 24-25 in terms of this matter? Was the department then able to make the transfers in line with the plan that they have for the year to all various federations? So at this point in time, Chair, it's a gap that we've noted. And as we are doing the audit, we are definitely looking into it, and then we'll give you the feedback at the end of the audit process. Chair, the issue that you are highlighting about a specific transfer, it's not something that we identified during our early review, but as we are conducting the audit, it's something that we'll also look into, and then we'll be able to provide you with a full report in regards to the transfers that were made to various federations by the DSEC. Chair, I think the last matter that I wanted to just talk to was the question about the report into irregularities that happened in 2023, as indicated by Honorable Mulazane. The DG in this case should be also in a position to provide a report because they instituted the investigations into irregularities, unless if it was a matter that was instituted by the minister, but also the minister should be able to provide to this committee a report so that you can be able to play your oversight role. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. I would like to, in person, say thank you to yourself, Mbali, Michelle, Ompometsi, the AG itself. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your work in ensuring, transparency, ensuring accountability. And with that said, honorable members, I will close this session of the meeting. In the meantime, I will also approve for us to allow the DSEC into this meeting, and the Auditor General's office is welcome to be recused from this meeting. And thank you so much, and thank you for your insight. I declare this meeting with the AG closed, and I'm going to give a 5 minutes break for the Department Sports and Arts and Culture to be allowed into this meeting. Thank you so much. Michelle, you want to close?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the inputs. It also helps us at this point to direct some of the audit that we're doing so that we can also give you a bit more. But thank you for the time, and thank you for the honorable members.
Thank you so much, and thanks for coming.
Yes, Chair. Okay.
Portfolio Committee Secretary, please indicate if we are a quorum, and also whether the minister and or deputy minister is in this meeting.
Will do, Chair.
I couldn't get you there. Zaleka.
Yes, Chair.
I couldn't get you. Are we correcting? Is the minister and or deputy minister in the meeting?
I will just call and confirm, Chair. I don't see them in the meeting yet.
Thank you.
Goeiemorgen, voorzitter.
Good morning, Honorable Khabo.
Hope all is well, Chairman.
Yeah. Thank you.
Who is my Afrikaans?
I'm telling you, if you come from the Northwest and you can't speak Afrikaans or Bikinyana Tswana, then you're not from the Northwest.
Nee, ons probeer, voorzitter.
Wonderful. And I like it if Honorable Molatani also, but ke moituti, ke bua Bikinyana, ke hutla Bikinyana. But I think while we wait for the portfolio secretary, honorable members, I just want to ask, is there any honorable member that have received an apology from his or her colleague? Please feel free to do so.
Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani.
Honorable Bilankulu, she's hospitalized, Chair.
Yeah, it's quite a while. May I ask
she's
that
hospitalized.
Am I audible? I think I must take off my video, man. Looks like people don't hear me.
You are audible, Chair.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
I think on behalf of the committee, the portfolio committee secretary, we have to write a letter for well wishes to the Honorable Bilankulu. It's for quite a while that we know she's not well. Honorable members, we have opened this meeting. We've met with the Auditor General's office, and also we are now going to meet with the department who are going to deal with their annual performance plan. I would like to welcome each and everyone. I would like to welcome the minister. I would like to welcome Dr. Kumalo. Welcome to this gathering here today. I believe that the deputy minister is also present. I have just asked because seeing that this is the annual performance plan and a very important meeting, it is good that both the minister and the deputy minister, as well as the acting DG, is present. Members, we are going to deal with the department's annual performance plan, which I'll outline numerous plans, performance plans, initiatives, targets, also amid the allocation of the 6.3 billion rand. I would like to say that this will be a very important discussion, and we will be provided with the portfolio evidence, or rather the presentation by the department. And the mere fact that the portfolio committee is there as a committee to provide guidance and also, when necessary, do its oversight, I would like to encourage the honorable members to do so. And also the fact that it is our constitutional mandate. I also would like to encourage the department to share their vision with us, to share their plans with us, and also to share, if possible, some of the progress with us. And I also say that I hope that we will have an honest engagement here today. I will give an opportunity to the minister as well. Following the minister, we will then also give an opportunity to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to present to us their presentation. So as a matter of fact, finally, I would like to stress that the initiatives and the programs of the department must have a positive impact, not only on the progress of the department, but also on towards the lives of our people, because as you have seen throughout this time, for quite some time, that we on numerous occasions have celebrated numerous successes of various sporting codes in our country. Before I'm going to give to the minister, I see the hand of Honorable Mkunu. If that is a hand.
Chair.
Good morning,
Chair. Morning. I would like to report to Honorable Kobane. He is not well and also hospitalized.
Oh, thank you so much, and thanks for that. Will the professional staff take note of that, and perhaps also a letter to the Honorable Kobane? The Honorable Minister, would you like to have your opening remarks and then give over to the department?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the committee members. Chair, I will give directly to the department in our lesson. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Director, Dr. Kumalo.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson, and also good morning to the members. Good morning to Minister, Deputy Minister, and all the colleagues in the meeting. Chairperson, as you have indicated, we are here to present the annual performance plan 25-26 of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, together with the budget for vote 37 as allocated to the department by National Treasury and as then further allocated in terms of the responsibilities of the department. I am awaiting the presentation to be put up on the screen. I'm hoping the colleagues are doing that. I will take the portfolio committee through the first presentation, which is the annual performance plan. And then the second presentation will be done by the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mkhwame. I would want to just indicate, as I await the presentation to come up on the screen, Chair Ludwig, right now we just seen your documents coming up on the screen. The presentation itself is not up yet. So as I await the presentation to then go up, Chairperson, I do need to indicate that because this annual performance plan is the first annual performance plan developed in line with the medium-term development plan, we start our presentation by talking to the process that was followed in developing this annual performance plan and the strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan. I just want to pause, Chair, because the document is not up on my site. before I go on too much into the presentation. Mr. Alapibe. Our apologies, okay?
No, it's fine. We have shared the screen. If there's anyone else perhaps in the department, or
And
perhaps close this and then open it again.
It's coming up now, Chair. Can
There
you
we
please
go.
Lotwi, can you put it on slideshow, please? Thank you. And just move to the structure of the presentation. You have put the wrong one. The first presentation that we are doing is showing, outlining the structure of the presentation that we will follow. That indicates the strategic alignment. The one that colleague has put up is the budget, not the first presentation. Sidi Mahlobo, maybe you can also assist, please. Thank you, Lodwick. That's the correct one now. We will then go to show the structure of the presentation. As I was saying, we want to give indication, first of all, of the alignment to the medium-term development plan, here on to be referred to as the MTDP, by outlining the process and how we responded to the strategic priorities that government has put in place, the strategic plan, and then leading to the annual performance plan presentation, which is the core of our presentation today. So, Chairperson, if we go to the next slide, we show the portfolio committee, how our focus was in terms of the strategic alignment process that we followed, taking into account the existing policy and the legislation. Later on in our presentation, we will indicate what other further policies are being developed, but the planning for these current documents that we are going to be presenting took into account the existing policies and legislation. I won't read through each and every category. We took into account international commitments as indicated there. We took into account the SONA as presented for 2025, together with the annual priority interventions indicated there. The National Development Plan 2030 continues to inform our planning as it informs other departments. I had indicated already, Chairperson, that this particular annual performance plan becomes important because it informs the medium-term development plan 24-25. And we will then talk further to how we went about in the development of such. So in the next slide, we then talk to the alignment, further to the alignment, starting with the issues of the 9 statements as contained in the statement of intent, or sub-statement as contained in the statement of intent, the National Development Plan and the chapters that become important, the MTDP strategic priorities. They are, as portfolio committee members are aware, as also introduced at the opening of Parliament by the President of the country, government has agreed on 3 MTDP strategic priorities, and our planning has taken that into account. Chairperson, allow me again not to read through this because we do go into detail in terms of how we moved, for instance, from a sub-statement within the statement of intent, which talks to the strengthening social cohesion, nation building, and democratic participation, and undertaking common programs against racism, sexism, tribalism, and other forms of intolerance. That is one of the sub-statements. If you look at the NDP, there is chapter 15 talking to the transforming of the society and uniting the country. And then you look at the MTDP, for instance, an example there is the reduction of poverty and tackling the high cost of living. So those are the things that the department took into account, and we then give indication of the process that we followed. The process that we followed, MTDP process background, as we indicate in the slide that is currently showing, started off on the 30th of June 2024 and ended with the tabling of both our strategic plan document and the APP on the 4th of April 2025. Again, Chairperson, without reading through each and every one of the steps that we took in this process, I do want to indicate that as a department, we participated in the FOSAT, which is made up of the DGs of the other departments together with the provincial DGs. We participated in both the cabinet, extended cabinet meetings that took place in October and January through our minister and our deputy minister, and in this case, also the acting DG. And we also participated in all the other cluster formations that inform cabinet. Members will be aware that the cabinet then approved the MTDP on the 26th of February. It then allowed all of us as departments to begin to finalize our strategic plan documents and our APP, subsequent to the approval on the 26th of February 2025 of the MTDP. As I said, Chair, we then were able, following all the processes from the 11th of March, to table our SP, our strategic plan and our annual performance plan by the 4th of April. So if we then move on into the details as contained in the MTDP, where we come in, we just want to highlight that the first slide talks to the increased employment opportunities that enable 3.8 employment and 6.4 million work opportunities. You are moving forward work opportunities through the private sector and public employment programs. So, Chair, we are then going to show, because this is to do with the drive, the first priority of government out of the 3, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. We are going to indicate to the portfolio committee what is then in the MTDP and how it is structured and how it is worded, and that is in the next slide. So in as far as the first strategic priority of government, which I just indicated, without reading through all the columns that are indicated here, I would like to just highlight the strategic intervention, which is to continue to implement public employment programs. This includes the Presidential Employment Stimulus, the National Youth Service, Expanded Public Works, and others, and to prioritize work experience for young people. Now, the intervention that you will then see reflecting in the MTDP that has got the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture as the lead department would be the number of work opportunities that are created through the creative sector stimulus. We are moving from a baseline of 39,571 work opportunities created through this stimulus And the midterm target is 20,000 work opportunities. End term target is 40,000 work opportunities. End term, obviously, which will be the end of the 5 years of this term of office or the administration that is currently in government. If we then move to the next one, we are highlighting how we fit into the next strategic priority 2, which is reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. If you show the next slide, please, Lodwick, we see there the part that is highlighted in green that talks to the social cohesion and nation building, programs to promote social cohesion through sport, arts and culture, and to combat racism, sexism, and other forms of intolerance. Again, when you then go into the MTDP, the consolidated MTDP, as we have indicated earlier on, what is there where the department is to lead, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is to lead, is an intervention identified through the MTDP to promote and protect diverse languages and cultures. Here we have got the number of multi-year human language technology projects supported and the number of students, of university students supported to study languages. So each one of those interventions, Chairperson, has got a baseline from which we started off, has got a midterm target over the 5-year period, and has got the end term target. And I just want to perhaps not take your time by reading through each one of those ones. The next intervention at higher level, strategic level, is to implement a national civic education campaign on the Constitution, including at all public and private schools. What we have put down as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is the number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness of the national symbols. And there are interventions that are put there. You'll see them when we go into the APP. Again, baseline, midterm, and end term targets have been put down. Still on strategic priority number 2, we further on look at how as government we can invest in shared public spaces such as parks and cultural institutions. And we have put down 3 interventions there, which is the number of hubs, clubs or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sport and or recreation. The number of learners competing at the National School Sport Championships, and thirdly, the number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks that are constructed. Again, we're starting from a baseline, moving to a midterm target, moving to an end term target. If we then move on, you will note, Chairperson, that in as far as strategic priority 3, as it happened, if you move to the next slide, please, as it happened with all other government departments, which is to build a capable, ethical, and development state. As this department, we do not have a specific intervention that is contained in the MTDP. However, we do need to indicate, Chair, as we will show later on, that we have put intervention programs in place. So while we might not, as a Sport, Arts and Culture Department, be central in terms of the cluster that deals with strategic priority 3, we still deliver interventions against this strategic priority as would be indicated in our APP. We then want to move on, having indicated to the committee how we aligned to the medium-term development plan and how we reflect as this department in the bigger plan of government for over the next years. We have then developed our strategic plan, which is aligned to this MTDP. We have, I'm not going to read through, reiterated on the mandate, reiterated on the vision and the mission. However, after this slide, which is showing, there is just one area I want to emphasize, which I was talking about earlier on, which is the envisaged policies that during the period 25 to 2030, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture will revise and or initiate, which is both policies, strategies, plans, frameworks. And these, without reading through each and every one, cut across the areas that become the mandate of the department as indicated in slide number 17. I've already said we have reiterated on the vision and the mission, and that has not been amended. We also have reiterated on the outcomes, and that has not been amended. We are going to then quickly move on to show how we have linked the DSEC mandate to the DSEC outcomes. We have ensured that, Chair, as a department, we are not flying alone, but we are aligned to what government has identified as its key challenges and has identified as its key areas of intervention to make a difference for the citizens of this country. So you will note that we have outlined in line with the three priority areas. So in all our planning, we stay within so that there is focused delivery in as far as the direction that everyone else within government is taking. So again, if you allow me, I would not read, but we are showing cause that we have taken into account the three strategic priorities throughout our planning, and we have looked at what outcome are we looking at in terms of the intervention, and to what extent does that align to the mandate, and what is the envisaged impact as a result of those kind of interventions. So, Chairperson, moving on, I would like to just indicate in the next slide what is it that becomes indicators of whether or not we make a difference, and what are the sources of those particular outcome indicators. In this particular case, staying with the same format, we speak to the outcomes. We look at the outcome indicators, the baseline, which informs our planning, the 5-year target, and what is the source of that particular, for instance, indicator. I want to just perhaps highlight one or two examples. A diverse, socially cohesive society with a common national identity is the outcome that is expected coming out of our interventions. And what informs that is the percentage of citizens in the country who show a strong devotion to the country. It's the social cohesion index that is continuously being developed by different institutes in the country. It's the pride in being South African. Now, those become indicators. And what is the baseline, and where do we get that one from? We do indicate, for instance, Brand SA would time and again at certain frequencies do these surveys and studies, domestic perception studies. Other documents like the National Tracker Survey is what we utilize. In other areas, we have also highlighted all the outcomes or the source documents that inform our measures. So I want to then move on from this slide to then go into the annual performance plan, which is the core of our presentation today. It was important, Chairperson, that we show where and what informs what you will then see in the annual performance plan. The annual performance plan takes into account the 4 programs that make up the structure of this department. The first program is administration. We do limit the number of first of all, administration covers ministry services that are performed within ministry, services that are performed within the Director General's office, those that are performed within the Strategic Management and Planning Unit, the entire corporate services, including human resource, information technology, marketing and comms, risk management and legal services. It covers the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and all the units under him, and the areas of office accommodation and the administration program. So that is what it covers. You will note that there are 2 key performance indicators that are in the APP that talk to this. However, Chair, just to remind the portfolio committee that we did indicate earlier on, if you look at the strategic alignment slide that on page 3 that we presented right at the beginning, we did indicate that there is this annual performance plan which we report to Parliament, oversight structures and everybody to whom we account, and there is also the operational plan. So you'll find that there are things that are indicated, for instance, that are under program 1, things that happen like risk management, audit matters, legal services, marketing and comms and others, without mentioning everyone. So you will not necessarily see a key performance indicator in the APP, but they have their operational plans, which also the Auditor General, together with our internal audit and audit committees, also play oversight over. So what you will then see here is that there are 2 KPIs, which is the number of systems developed to automate manual functions and the percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days. The whole of government is expected to have this particular KPI and report against this KPI because it ensures compliance and responsiveness for government. So those are the 2. The next program is program 2, which is the recreation, development and sport promotion. It covers 3 main areas, which is the Winning Nation, or is called Winning Nation, talking to how we support and develop elite athletes, talking to the Active Nation, supporting the mass participation in the country in the areas of sport and recreation. And this also includes, this branch also includes infrastructure support, covering all the areas in terms of arts and culture, sport and recreation facilities, technical support, construction, repairs, renovations in the public entities, and all the work that is within the infrastructure support space. Here, Chairperson, you will find that there are 8 KPIs, key performance indicators, that we have incorporated. And these key performance areas are covering the 3 areas that I've spoken to. And if you look at the column that says output indicators without reading everything, I would like to just highlight those. It's the number of athlete development programs supported by the sport academies. We are looking at 9. If you look at annual target 25-26. It's the percentage of compliant sport and recreation bodies supported. Again, column 25-26, 100% blend compliance. Number of sport and recreation programs in communities that are supported. We are looking at 126 this financial year, an increase from the previous financial year, as you will note. The number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sport and or recreation. We are looking at 3,500. The number of learners competing at the National School Sport Championships, 5,000 is planned for this financial year. The number of school sport programs supported at district and or local level, 208 are planned for this year. Number 7 is the number of municipalities supported during the planning and implementation of sport infrastructure projects to ensure compliance with applicable norms and standards. We're looking at a total of 52 municipalities this financial year. And last but not least is the number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks constructed. This is also, as you saw earlier on, in the MTDP, and we are looking at a total of 100 planned for this year. And I do need to understand, to then emphasize as I go on, even though I won't keep highlighting it each time, those that are just mainly in our APP as reflected in the E&E, or also both APP and the MTDP. If we move on to program 3, again, just to emphasize what it covers, this incorporates the national language services cultural and creative industries development, international cooperation, social cohesion and nation building, Mzansi Golden Economy. This particular program covers two branches. It talks to two different branches. There is a total of 9 KPIs that I will quickly take the committee through that are in this particular program 3. These are, if you look at the output indicator column, the number of multi-year human language technologies projects supported, we are looking at 4, 25, 26. The number of university students supported to study languages, 140. The number of cultural and creative projects supported to enable local and international market access, we're looking at 34. The number of programs contributing to the transformation of the cultural and creative industry sector supported, we're looking at 4. The number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide supported, which is 2. The number of sport and cultural diplomacy initiatives implemented to promote South African cultural values, we're looking at 2 of those initiatives. The number of initiatives promoting social cohesion and nation building, again 2. The number of capacity building projects supported, which is 27. And the number of work opportunities created through the creative sector stimulus, which is 10,000. Those are the work opportunities. The last program is the Heritage Promotion and Preservation, and it covers heritage promotion, National Archive Services, heritage institutions, National Library Services, public library services, and the work that is done by the South African Geographical Names Council. This particular program has structured its planning in such a way that it's got 6 KPIs. The KPIs are the following: the number of heritage bursaries awarded to students, which is 25 for 25-26. The number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness of the national symbols, which is 380. And there's a breakdown there. The number of reports on the implementation of the national policy on the repatriation and restitution of the human remains and heritage objects analyzed, which is 1. That's a report which will be issued. The number of archival records digitized, the 560 total there is also further broken down in the bracket. The number of libraries financially supported, we are looking at 22 in 25-26. And the number of gazette notices on standardized geographical names that will be published, we are looking at 3 this financial year. That is taking us to the last KPI within program 4. Chairperson, through you, I would like the Chief Financial Officer to then take you through the budget. Ludwig, if you could please put up the one that you tried to put up first. CFO, I'm handing over to you.
No, thanks very much, ADG, through you, Chair, and good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. I'll be doing the budget for the MTF budget 25-26. I'll give a chance for Ludwig to load the presentation, Chair. Okay, if you can put it on the slideshow. Okay. No, thanks very much. Next slide. This is the budget for 25-26. The departmental budget in overall, Chair, is about 6.3 billion, with administration being allocated about 516 million, recreation and development 1.2 billion, And that 1.2 billion is also made up of a conditional grant that go to provinces and also money for federations. And then arts and cultural promotion and development, program 3 is 1.7 billion, made up of earmark fund and equitable share. Most of the money also go to your public entities, and also your presidential stimulation package is part of program 3 at 350 million. And then heritage promotion and the preservations, the overall budget there is about 2.7 billion. And that 2.7 billion share is made up of the huge part of your conditional grant on library grant, and also about 996 million of money that go to your museums. And on overall, like I said, share is 6.3 billion. Next slide. There's an economic classification in terms of departmental level. So for your composition of employees, the budget is 434 million. Goods and services on overall 625 million. And province and municipalities, that is the money that go to provinces, about 2.2 billion. That is made up of two conditional grant, which is your sports grant and your library grant. So we don't transfer any money to municipalities. Departmental agency and account, that money is made up of money that goes to all the entities in the department, which are about 29 now. And then foreign and government international organization, that is a subscription that we pay to the international organization. And then part of it also under your public corporation and private, that is the MGE. A non-profit institution is 321, that is your MGE. No, that is your PSP. And household is basically money that is given either to a person and also money that get paid for leave gratuity under your administration budget. And building and other fixed structure, that is the infrastructure budget, 67 million. Machinery and equipment, that is for operational purpose, for the equipment that we need, and also part of it also go to your SEDA. A heritage asset, that is your budget for under heritage infrastructure, and the total is 6.3 billion. This slide just demonstrate how much exactly gets spent within the department and how much spent outside. So you've got transfer and subsidy about 5 billion, which is about 80% of the total budget of 6.3 billion that gets spent out, and that money relate to your conditional grant transferred to our entities and the support that we give to entities, provinces, and creatives and the creative institution. And then you've got also 10%, that is your goods and services, that more relate to your operational budget, and also money that go to your public entities in terms of the rental that we pay on behalf of them is under administration. And then composition of employees on overall is about 7%. And then payment of your capital asset is the lowest in at a 3%. Next slide. This is the further breakdown of your transfer payment. Like I said, the province and municipality is 2.2 billion, which is 45%. That is your conditional grant. And then departmental agency and account, those are your public entities, which also represent 46%. And then you've got that breakdown of a smaller amount. Next slide. That is the program 1 in terms of the budget allocation, and their sub-programs. Ministry been allocated 5.5 million. Management, that is the office of the DG and support, 67 million. And then strategic planning, and that is 19 million. Corporate services, 168 million. That is the HRM, legal, and others. And the office of the chief financial officer, that represent general in finance and supply chain, and office accommodation that relate to payments that we pay on behalf of our public entities, the rental part to public works. And the overall budget for the program is 516. We can go to the next slide. Goods and services is about 303, and composition of employees 203. And then departmental agency and account, that is your leave gratuity of 114,000, and machinery and equipment is 516. Next slide. This is program 2, winning nation at 240 million, and an active nation at 712, and then infrastructure supported 327. Active nation is where the conditional grant it is, and that is the biggest budget within the program, sitting at 42% of the total allocation for program 2. And then the next one then become an infrastructure supported 29%, and winning nation at 19%. Next slide. The breakdown of the economic classification composition of employees of the program is 45 million, goods and services 116, province and municipality, that is your conditional grant for sports grant 627 million, departmental agency, those are your federation and other entities, and then the building and other fixed structure, that is your infrastructure budget that relate to the construction and the maintenance. The overall is 1.2 billion. Next slide. That is also just in terms of the pie chart, the biggest budget. The next slide, I've already talked to this. And then this is basically the programs, I mean the transfer that we do to different entities, also including your federation at 98 million, sports trust is 22 million, and bursaries at about 5.8 million. The overall there, Chair, is 830, mass participation and sports development grant at 627 million, which I already talked to. Next slide. And then this is the infrastructure on capital earmark fund. You've got about 6.5 million on support, a legacy project on heritage asset, which is your goods and services capital asset at 175 million, capital works infrastructure public entities 103, and capital legacy project of 23. The overall is 315 million. Next slide. This is just the breakdown in terms of your mass participation conditional grant, which Eastern Cape is 75 million, Free State 48 million, Gauteng 120 million, KwaZulu-Natal 114, Limpopo 68 million, Mpumalanga 53 million, and Northwest 49 million, Northern Cape 34 million, and Western Cape 63 million. Then you'll see there the biggest chunk go to Gauteng, followed by KZN. Next slide. And then you go to ACPD sub-programs in terms of the program 3, culture and creative industries been allocated 132 million, national language save 65 million, Pan South Africa Language Board 133 million, international cooperation 71 million, social cohesion and national building 58 million, Mozambique Golden Economy 625 million, which is an earmark fund, Performance Arts Institution 358 million, National Film Foundation 153 million, and National Arts Council at 1.7 billion. That is also the breakdown. You can see there the biggest budget under this program is Mozambique Golden Economy at 625 million, which is about 36%, and Performing Arts Institution at 21%, and then Pan South Africa at about 8%, 133 million. Next slide. This is the economic classification, composition of employees at 108, goods and services 172 million, departmental agency and account 1.1 billion, and then higher education at 9.2 million, household 16 million, non-profit institution 161 million, and public corporate and private enterprise at 96 million, and the overall 1.7 billion. Next slide. This is economic classification. I already talked to this slide. Next slide. This is the transfer that we made to under program 3 under the space on arts. Arts Cape is getting about 70 million, Mandela Bay Theatre 34 million, Market Theatre Foundation 55 million, National Arts Council 126 million, National Film 153 million, Pan South African Language Board 133 million, Performing Arts Center in Free State 52 million, South African State Theatre 80 million, and Playhouse Company 54 million. And overall, the transfer that we make to the entities on the space of arts is 761 million. Next slide. And then you do have the earmark fund under program 3, which is your MGE. This is 223 million. And then also CCID, which is about 52 million. All this money, you can't move them without treasury approval. And then you've got special fund in the PSP, which that has been allocated to the department at 350 million. 230, it will go to your National Film and Video Foundation and National Arts Council at 117. And the overall is 623 million. And next slide. This is the program 4 with a 2.7 billion budget under heritage promotion has been allocated 42 million, National Archive Service 59 million, Heritage Institution 686 million, National Library 164 million, and Public Library Services 169 million, billion, and then South African Heritage Resources 72 million, South African Geographical Council 4.4 million, National Heritage Council 77 million, and the overall is 2.7 billion. And then when you look, the biggest budget is under public library saves at 1.6 billion, which literally is your conditional grant. Next slide. That is your current classification of the program. 4 under composition of employees 77 million, goods and services 32 million, province and municipality 1.6 billion, which is your conditional grant, departmental agency and account, that is your museums and entities, foreign government, international organization, the subscription 2.8 million, and non-profit institution 14 million, and the overall 2.7 billion. Next slide. This is economic classification on program 4, just to give you a further breakdown to say 59% of the budget of the program, which is 1.6 billion, that is on the conditional grant, and the rest share the difference. Maybe I can highlight also departmental agency and account at 1 billion, which is about 36% of the program's budget. Next slide. These are all the museum with a total of 996 chair. I'm not going to read all of them. You've got the African Tal Museum at 12 million, Ditso Museum in Pretoria at 119 million, Freedom Park at 115 million, Iziko Museum Cape Town 106 million, KZN Natal Museum at 44 million. And the National Library South Africa, 132 million. Like I said, Chair, the overall there is about 996 million that has been allocated to this transfer. Next slide. And you've got the conditional grant under program 4, which is your grant capital, which deals with the infrastructure building of those library, and then service grant current, which deal with the operation, the books, the stationery, and all those things. So that is the breakdown of the allocation, which is about 1.6 billion. And then the next slide deals with the allocation per province. The biggest one there being Western Cape at 197 million. This one is only on the grant current share. Eastern Cape 152 million, Free State 180, Gauteng 155, KZN 127, Limpopo 121 million, Mpumalanga 142 million, Northwest 135 million, Northern Cape 179 million, Western Cape at 197. And then on overall is 1.3 billion, Chair, of the allocation. Next slide. This one is based on the capital amount. So the capital amount, like I said, Chair, is infrastructure. So Eastern Cape being allocated 34 million, Free State 8 million, Gauteng 29 million, KZN 70 million, Limpopo 39 million, Mpumalanga 37 million, Northwest 24 million, Northern Cape 8 million, and then Western Cape 5 million. Next slide. That it will be the end of the presentation on the budget for 25-26 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Is there anything you would like to add, Dr. Kumalo?
Oh, no, I was saying that brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm going to give an opportunity for members to ask questions. Please raise your hands or indicate. In the absence of hands, I will indicate. I just want to raise the following to the department. I have noted that quite a number of the focus areas has been reduced. Before, the department has 45 focus areas, and this is happening amid the fact that the department's budget has moved from 6.1 billion to 6.3 billion rand. If the department can explain that to us, then also there's a breakdown pertaining to federations, a 98 million rand. It is important for us, again, in this particular case, Dr. Kumalo, to get the details thereof. And I want to pose a very direct question to the minister. The minister has played a very proactive role pertaining to Project 350, which is linked to a number of things. Now, Project 350 has effect on the budget being allocated to Winning Nation. Now, Minister, in 2024-2025, the budget for Winning Nation was 258 million. 258.6 to be correct. In this particular 2025-2026, the budget is 240.7 million. That gives you a deficit of 17 million rand. Now, the question is, we have sent, as South Africa, 149 athletes to the Olympics. Now, with a budget that is now less, and also your project 350, how do you drag this two towards one another? And the athletes that attended the Olympics was 21 sporting codes, while SASPOC admit and recognize only 77 of these codes. The other issue that I would like to raise is the issue of these focus areas that has been taken away. Now, I would like to suggest and recommend that the department give us a comparative summary between the two financial years, 2024-25 and 2025-26, to display to us as members all indicators that has subsequently been removed. What are the reasons thereof? It was a pleasure to sit with the department last year to have a look at the quarter reports and the various respective indicators that they have. But now it's only almost 25 indicators. So I think we need to get an explanation therefore. We just engage, and members will engage with the department. We just engage with the Auditor General's office, and there is sound indicators that some of the indicators is not measurable. And I think that, as a matter of fact, sometime last year, that we have solved the issue on the indicators that is not measurable. But it seems the same mistake has now been done on what is in front of us. Some of these indicators are not correctly defined, and I think that this second, those who knows was dealing, and I actually would like to meet the individual who's dealing with these things. That, and you know, this is my field. I like this discussions when it comes to indicators. Indicators must be smart. It must be specific. Some of these indicators are not specific, and perhaps if we can go through that, or after this meeting, submit those areas of concern for the department to go back and to specify these indicators. Some of those are not measurable to a greater extent. And also when it comes to the achievability of that, I can't see from a layman's position what are the tools that will be put in place. And the R in the SMART is relevance. Some of it is not relevant with due respect, and some of it really has to be, you know, in the day-to-day work of the department. It cannot be, you know, find its way through when it comes to the APP. And there's also time-bound problems that we have. And I'm going back to that very quick now. When it comes to the formula, I can't see a formula, Department Sports, Arts and Culture. There's no formula that indicate what has been measured. There's no numerator and there's no denominator. I can't work that out. And that issue specifically now to the federations. There's an issue to the federation stating 100%. What is 100%? If it was me and I want to mislead anyone, I will come at the next report and I said we've reached 100%. That was 5 federations or 10 federations. But if we, as a portfolio committee, are being told now it's 100 federations, then at least we can keep an oversight eye over those federations. So it is incorrect to say the previous ones and the previous APPs stated clearly 50 federations or whatever the case. But in this particular case, it does not show. And then also the tracking of tools when it comes to the program 2 on the issue of 2.2, there is quite on the various sections 1, 2, and 3. There's a lot of empty blocks there. I can't see from a layman's point of view what are the tracking tools, because at the end of the day, the department must come back to this portfolio committee and they must come and report on what is the status of those. Even now, at the end of the year, there is an annual target. But this target for me is not smart, because I would like to know by the 4th quarter or the 3rd quarter as to whether the department is going to reach that. We can't find at the very last, oh, this thing is not, we cannot make that. So it is important that we have definitions for those indicators. And again, but I don't want to go back in that. There is indications that an amount at the 2.5 of program 2 or 4,000 is indicated for the previous year. It does not show the same in the previous year when it comes to that APP, which is now 1,000. Now, here is something interesting for me. Pertaining to the number of community outdoor gyms, yes, and last year it was 10. It has now jumped to perhaps give us an explanation on that. On the issue of program 3, when it comes to 3.7, there is cohesion and nation building. This was just all that was taken out was the advocacy, and it was actually targeted for 5. Now the advocacy has been taken out here, but it is less. Now, I cannot understand how is it that you'll find the situation where we have an increased budget, but you have less targets. And also you have less indicators. There's an indicator that really bothers me a lot that has been taken out. And we must have that frank discussion as well. We have, and the minister has reported on the issue of the constituting of boards. That's a very important indicator. It has been taken out. And I also would like to know what is the reason that that indicator has been taken out, and on what basis? What is the motivation that that indicator was taken out? This is a powerful tool for the portfolio committee to follow, because we do have, and we have to say this to one another, we do have major problems when it comes to this issue of the various boards. There's currently, complaints about the various boards. We have a situation that we still have to discuss with the minister. Amid all of this, already there has been an advertisement out, which I really feel that it does not honor the negotiations that we as a portfolio committee had with the minister to say we will form and we will have that discussion. So the indicator, or rather responsibility of the office of the chief financial officer, I understand that, Dr. Kumalo, that you don't want to put anything in, but at least we as the committee must have some sort of understanding what are the reasons for this. But there's also another indicator. And I think, like I said, some of these indicators does not belong here. The issue of repatriation, I can't understand what is this, and you have one report. That to me is an outright issue that the administration must deal with. There's also concerns pertaining to school sports and the allocation thereof. School sports has been increased, from 687 million to 712 million. And then we have arts and culture. Arts, it's 1.7 billion, sports 1.2 billion. And if we look at what is transpiring today, there is some sort of a misjuncture there. When it comes to heritage and the building thereof, there are concerns on the amount of how much of these buildings are being looked after. So I think this is really things that we need to have a look on. This is things that we need some explanation on what is transpiring. And also the monies, but I think I hope Honorable Daniels is still on, but this is also my area of interest when it comes to the federations. We really need, the formula, how these 100% and a 50% is going to be worked out, and this is a concern for me. I'm going to give an opportunity to Honorable Molatani, Honorable Makgato, Honorable Mkunu, and then Honorable Daniels, then Honorable Khabo, in that order, honorable members. Proceed.
Deputy, don't you say that my hand is up?
I have mentioned the names in the order: Honorable Molatani, Honorable Makgato, Honorable Mkunu, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Mkosi, and then Honorable Khabo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, good morning, Minister. Good morning, Deputy Minister. I'm not sure if I've seen Deputy Minister, acting DG, as well as all the DSEC staff. Chairperson, I just want to request something, if you allow me. We raise our questions, and then we'll come back second round, if it's possible, to come and raise our recommendations.
That's fine, Honorable Molatani. I'll give an opportunity. Members may ask that question straight, and then we will have an opportunity for DSEC to respond, and then I'll give two members an opportunity again.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, my first questions that I want to raise. I just want to check, Chair, especially on the recreation, development, and sports. I think majority of my question will be from that program, Chairperson. I haven't seen anything, Chair, that is talking about Formula One or on that program. The reason I'm saying this, Chairperson, is because there's a social, I saw on social media yesterday that Formula One has been approved and it's going to continue. And as the department, we need 100 to 180 million for us to deal with the issue of Formula One, Chairperson. My questions that I want to ask regarding that. One, on the budget, where are we getting that amount of Formula One? Because I didn't hear anything when the CFO was presenting chair. Number two, on the same thing of the Formula One, Chairperson, I just want to know, it's regarding the budget. I just want to know, Chair, the committee that Minister has made that is running that F1. In that committee, I saw that the former Chief of Staff, Obakendi Tuko, he is now part of that committee. Where does the payment, the salary payment of Obakeng and those F1 committee members came from? Terms of reference of that committee members, Chair. And then in number two, it's the same thing that in the budget of 25-26, where does the money located of F1? Was there any visibility study conducted to determine whether the country need it, and how will we sustain that, Chairperson, as a country? And then my other questions, Chairperson, on the very same or on the issue of the infrastructure is the issue of VAR, Chairperson. When we met with SAFA, ADG said that there was an allocation of 80 million that was supposed to assist SAFA with a VAR, Chair. I just want to check on this budget of 24-25, where was that money allocated? Because it doesn't appear anywhere or on the APP. And then on this budget of 25-26, where is that money allocated, a Chairperson of the VAR? And the other thing that I just want to check on that issue of the VAR is that why are we financing SAFA regarding the issue of a VAR, whereas SAFA failed to run their finances? Is it a priority for the country to give SAFA money for the VAR, Chairperson? And in fact, cricket, they have that thing that we call a IHOC system. Did the DSEC assist cricket in getting that IHOC system? And if no, Chairperson, they did not, why are we supposed to assist with the issue of the VAR? The same thing that happened to rugby. Rugby had that television match officer. Did DSEC assist rugby with that television match officer? Why are we supposed to assist VAR? Is it a priority from FIFA that we must have that VAR, Chair. And then the other thing, Chair, that I want to raise is the issue of allocation of funds to different entities. Every time the entities will receive their different funds late. Let me make an example. Boxing and Sanabo, when they came to present at the portfolio committee, they've raised that their funds, they somewhere arrived in December. And December, it's a month that we know that we don't have much program that are going on. When is the deadline for the release of funds to entities, Chairperson? My other question is regarding the issue of the big work. I want to check with the CFO on the budget. Where does the big work allocated? And how much are we going to spend for the big work? Chair, the other thing is the issue of the people with disability. We don't hear anything regarding people with disability. I didn't hear any funds that have been allocated for development and promotion of people living with a disability, especially in the rural area. It means, in fact, every time we miss to allocate funds to that part of people living with a disability. Let me go to my last question, Chair, before I leave. I just want to check regarding the boxing. Regarding the boxing, in one of the portfolio meeting, the department said there will be money that will be allocated to this new board, to investigate the previous board. Chairperson, why are we giving this board money to investigate the previous board? Does this board have the capacity to do a forensic investigation? Why the department is not taking that function of putting in the investigation instead of giving this board the money to investigate the previous board? I think, Chair, for now, I will pause there. I will come back on the second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. Honorable Makato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to make my picture, but it's not allowed. So thank you, Chairperson, and I want to thank the presentation. I am Mama Khato in this portfolio. Let me take my greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the DG, and all the colleagues. On the issue of funds allocation, I think Mulotani has already mentioned them. So I will take my areas of concern as I delighted them earlier. Projected budget decline minus 3.8% average growth over the MTEF. So it's my area of concern where maybe the government can give us something. And also limited integration between various sub-programs is also presented in the presentation. Then they must also take it into consideration. And lastly, another concern is insufficient focus on measuring economic impact of creative industries investment. So those are the three concerns on my side. Then I want to come with some of the questions. How will the department measure the quality and sustainability of the 10,000 work opportunities created? Secondly, what mechanism ensure equitable distribution of cultural industry support across the provinces? Then lastly, how does the department plan to address the projected budget decline while maintaining service level? Because when coming to the issue of the budget and finances, I think most of them Molotani came through them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mokhata. The Honorable Mkunu.
Good day, Chair, and good day to everyone. My questions, I have just few questions. The first question is, what measures are in place to fill the prolonged DG and DDG vacancies? And what impact have they had on oversight and delivery? My other question is, will UDISEC initiate consequence management for delays in projects like Sarah Batman and Winnie Mandela Centers? Will UDISEC suspend funding to underperforming entities until functional audit action plans are enforced? How many DSEC-funded projects or entities are under investigations? And when will report be tabled before Parliament? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkunu. The Honorable Nkosi. Please unmute, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, the Minister and the DM, as well as my colleagues and all members present, the department led by Mage Kumalo. Chair, thanks for the opportunity, and we would want to welcome the presentation made before us as this portfolio committee. I just have only few questions that I want to raise. One, Chair, let me indicate that in the presentation, it has just indicated that the largest budget allocation reflecting heritage preservation priorities and 2, strong focus on library, infrastructure development, 3, digital transformation initiative for archival services. I've got 2 concerns or critical concerns, but I think it was also raised in the presentation that heavy reliance on conditional grants may transition to provincial equitable share, limited innovation in heritage preservation methodologies, insufficient community engagement in heritage programs. Therefore, I've got 3 questions that I want to ask based on the program of the heritage. 1, what contingency plan exists for when library grants transition to provincial control? Second to that, how will the department ensure meaningful community participation in heritage preservation? Lastly, Chair, what measures address the capacity constraints in archival digitization? Thank you very much, Chair. Submit.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. The Honorable Khabo. Please unmute, Honorable Khabo.
Sorry, Chairperson, I think you forgot about me, but I'll wait. Thank you.
No. What happened, Honorable? I asked for hands to be raised. I could not see your hand. I even mentioned your name, and at some stage said, I think you are no more in the meeting, but I will add you after Honorable Khabo. But you can proceed. Proceed. If you don't mind, Honorable Khabo.
No, thanks, Chair. Honorable Mellon can proceed.
Honorable,
very much.
Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister is here. If so, good morning, Deputy Minister, colleagues, and to Honorable Khabo. I want to thank you for allowing me. I'm not jumping the queue. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee called the order of who's going to speak, and my name was in there. But be that as it may, thank you so much for your courtesy. Colleagues, DSEC, I want to just check on 4 quick points. The one I want to dispose of is the repatriations that was raised. The repatriation is a very dignified and a noble thing that has been announced by the Department of DSEC that they're going to embark on. And it's the right thing to do. If it is that there's a few cracks here and there, I will encourage the Department of DSEC through the Minister, Honourable Mackenzie, to make sure that the cracks are filled, should there be any, so that we can start with the process of repatriations. It is critically important, and it just redresses so many imbalances of the past, and finally, it also works towards the healing and closing, or closure rather, to those affected families and anybody else involved. When it comes to, I know that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and we discussed it earlier on with the AG, they have a policy on transfer of funds to federations. But I want to know what measures are applied in terms of oversight by the department to ensure that the funds are used for its intended purposes, and also to make sure that there is value for money, because many times the public cries foul to say it's in the public domain that X amount of money has been allocated for a particular project, but without being qualified quantity surveyors or engineers, everybody can determine that there is no value for money. So the department needs to please answer what measures and systems they do have in place to ensure that for every R1 spent, we get 100 cents value for that. Funds being given to federations. There's also an issue around that in terms of funds being paid over much later. And when it's paid over much later, it has a direct effect on the intended purposes of those funds. And if it is for a project that is supposed to start and monies are being paid late, the knock-on effects is of such a dire nature that everybody down the value chain is being affected. And ultimately, we will find that sadly, jobs are affected. Those people who are dependent on projects to start because of the department being late in making those payments over to the respective federations or entities. Then I would like to touch on the budget. In particularly, I want to zoom into the school sports aspect. It was 687 million, it's now 712 million. And I'm really pleased that there's more money put aside for school sports. But the challenge that we have, and it's something that we really need to talk about, is when we look at the school sports, there are a few factors that I would want us all to apply our minds to. School sports, you get elected to represent your school or your province to partake against other schools. And then you find that watered down teams are being sent to partake in those tournaments. Watered down teams are being sent because in many cases, some of the better or best players cannot afford to partake in those tournaments because back at the ranch, back at home, poverty is rife, unemployment is high in the household. So the first thing the family will do is to keep the lights on and put bread on the table, as opposed to paying for the child that must travel to partake in a sporting tournament. Now, it's the lack of finances and the poverty that deprives our potential future champions from reaching full potential and accolades that is associated with achievements in sport. So the child lose out completely. Why? Because there's no money. What happens? The best child stays behind. Next thing, a province is underperforming because only those parents who can afford to pay to send the child. That's the team that goes and partake. And my parents who can't afford to put me in the squad as the best player, the whole team or the whole province, if it's a provincial tournament, loses out on making it onto the podium to receive a medal or a trophy. Now, if we are very honest with oneself, how many athletes, sports personalities today who makes it onto the podium and gets the gold, silver, or bronze? If you look at where they come from and look at where they are today, the big difference, and to me it hits home, is that those sports personalities today can now fend and provide for their dependents, for their mothers, for their fathers, for their gogos, or for their guardians, whoever raised them, and went through everything to make them to get to the field, if it's a field sport. And today they can pay back and say, thank you for your efforts. Do you know how beautiful that is? To be in a position because you've been resourced, you've been afforded the opportunity to pay back to those who struggled to get you where you are today. So my question then is, what is this budget speaking about addressing these challenges? Because I'm specifically talking about schools, because that is our grassroots levels. And it is important to invest in grassroots levels so that we can have a better, stronger sporting nation going forward, so that we can realize the Project 350 as announced by the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Members, may I just say that we are dealing now with the indicators of the portfolio. With that being said, I really want to just clarify the misunderstanding. My question was about the indicators' relevance of repatriation and not criticizing the repatriation itself. And if I focus and if members focus, we must focus on the technical aspects of the indicator and the application of the indicator. Thank you. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, and you are also visible with a nice background.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just worried that I cannot see myself. Yeah, but be it as it may, Chairperson, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Let me also pass my greetings to members on the platform, honorable members, including the department as led by Honorable Gayton Mackenzie as the Minister. Chair, without any waste of time, let me go straight to my issues. And I think I must firstly start agreeing with your good selves in terms of your indicators. Earlier on, we met with the Auditor General, and from time to time, the AG's office keeps on reminding us on what is the importance or the relevance of having indicators that are aligned to the SMART principles so that we can know from the onset as to what is it that does this indicator seek to achieve? What tools do we put in place to measure the very same indicator that was put in place? And how are we intending to implement that indicator, Chairperson? And I thought that it is important that some of these things we must raise them from where I am as a member of Parliament, Chairperson. I believe that some of the indicators, in all honesty, are not responding to the core functional responsibility of the department. I'll give you a practical example of this. I think is a flagship, where learners are then subjected to a process of being taught the national symbols. And from where I'm sitting, when you look into the curriculum of the life orientation, you'd realize that learners are subjected to the very same teaching or the process of being taught the national symbols. What would be the rationale of having such duplicates? So it is for that reason, Chairperson, that we are going to scrutinize each and every indicator so that we are also able to have an understanding as a committee as to how, when we play our oversight, which areas of focus do we look into so that we can play our oversight role, Chairperson. And with that being said, Chairperson, I must also indicate that in the previous financial year, we have realized how the department was unable to provide a clear indicator in such a way that there will be some budget set aside for certain programs, of which they will not be outlined in our annual performance plan. I'll give you a practical example. At some point, we met with the department when we were dealing with the quarterly report, or in fact, when we were interacting with SAFA. We raised a critical issue around the implementation of the video assistant recording, or video assistant referee for that information. But out of that engagement, we had realized that this item was never part of the annual performance plan. And we all knew that the item was never part of the annual performance plan. But rather the DG's interpretation or explanation of the process was that it is not identified, or it cannot be reflected on the APP because those are sub-programs. And I'm raising this because I would want us to be clear in this portfolio committee meeting that we're no longer going to give the department a blank check. A blank check in a sense that they will tell you that we've got a line item that deals with a line item that specifically deals with funding, or let's say a big work. But under big work, they have other sub items that are not really reflected. And in most cases, we are never told that how much is being budgeted for such items, Chairperson. I thought I must indicate that, or I must start with that, Chairperson. Chair, I would prefer that my interaction with the department be as I always conducted, Chairperson. I raise my question and the department is able to respond to my question before I move to the next question, Chairperson. And Chair, I must also indicate that, we have seen an increase of our budget allocation from 6.3 billion for the 2025-2026, as we are moving from the 6.1 billion allocation for the 2024 and 2025, of which from where I'm sitting, my understanding is that once the budget has been increased, our indicators must be able to increase as a way of demonstrating that indeed, given the budget allocation, there is more that we can do as a department. Now, my first question, Chairperson, most of my questions would be mostly directed on and around the administration. So I think that both the CFO and the acting DG would be able to respond to my questions. But before moving to my questions, Chair, I think it is also important for me to highlight 3 or 4 issues or focus areas that remains a concern that the department, through their presentation, they are unable to respond to. Number 1 is the procurement plan of the department and the process of the department. Year in, year out, the Auditor General is raising concerns on and around the internal controls of the department, which then lead to irregular expenditure. But also the Auditor General highlights the issue of contract management. And would like to have that understanding. You've got projects that has been running for the past 10 years, like the Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance. And to this date, we still don't have an understanding as to what is really happening. And we are still expected to set aside some budget for it. You look at the issues of human resource, Chairperson, the high vacancy rate that we are having in the department. You've got the DG position that has been vacant, I think, for the past 2 years, if not mistaken. And those are some of the issues that impacts negatively on the internal proceedings of the department. You've got funded posts that the department has failed to fill, even when there was budget set aside for that, Chairperson. Amongst other things that we must raise as a concern before we deal with our questions, Chairperson, is an appetite, in fact, lack of consequence management from the side of the department. Every time we're told of investigations, every time we're told that people have been suspended, but we're never told how far are those cases and how much is it being spent on these cases, Chairperson. So all of my questions will be emanating from these 4 focus areas that I've highlighted, Chairperson, in relation to vacancies, consequence management, and lack of contract management, Chairperson. Firstly, let me ask the CFO, Chairperson. In the previous year, the report has indicated that the department had almost 6 indicators around the administration program 1, Chairperson. Like I said, most of my questions will be aligned to that. The 2024 and 2025 indicated that we had 6 indicators, Chairperson. And in 25, 2026, under program 1, it has been indicated that we have got only 2 indicators. What would be the rationale of moving from 6 indicators to 2 indicators? Like you have indicated, Chairperson, earlier on to say that it does not make sense that in the previous year when we had a budget that is lower, we had more indicators. When the budget has been increased, the indicators are also decreasing and it does not make sense from where I'm sitting. That's why I would like to understand why are we only having 2 indicators there? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Khabo, thank you. Dr. Kumalo, as a rule, we are giving opportunities to members to indicate how they would like to ask questions. Can you respond to the questions of Honorable Khabo? He will ask his questions interpellation style.
Yes, Chairperson, I think Honorable Khabo was very specific, saying he's addressing his question to CFO. So I was just pausing. CFO, if you want to please come in terms of that first question.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and also Honorable Khabo. The increase on the administration budget generally is made up of a shortfall that we have communicated in the previous sitting, especially on the quarterly review, that we've got a shortfall on the operating lease. And the reason being that all our operating leases, the payment that we made to Public Works, when the increase came in about 4 to 5 years ago, that additional funds we never receive as a department to make sure that we are able to pay. So we've been having that shortfall. So what we did when we were doing the budget for 25-26 financial year, because we realized also in terms of what we have requested in terms of treasury, maybe to give us that additional funding, but we could not able to get that funding. And then we end up then have to reprioritize or restructure your entire budget to make sure that you cover that shortfall of about 45 million. And that is the reason of the increase of the budget of 24-25 to 25-26. The administration budget for 24-25 was 456 million. And for the current discussion, 25-26 is 516. And that relates strictly to an increase on your operating lease, which it was a shortfall. And also just to add also on the issue of indicators, let's take for in case the indicators on the public entity, which was also part of your administration budget. That indicator not being on the APP does not say we're not going to perform that indicator. For in case you've got unit of entity oversight, which they'll continue making that oversight in terms of the guidelines and compliance, for in case the constitution of the board members, the issue of reporting to the executive and all those things. So those function is not like they fall away. They will be on the operational plan, but the issue of to say maybe they are not going to be performed, indeed they are going to be performed. It's just that they are not on the APP. But just to go straight to the issue of the increase, the issue of the increase relating to your operating lease, that was a shortfall for the previous financial year. Thanks. Maybe also I touch on the issue of.
That's fine. That's fine, okay. CFO. You will respond to the other issues later. Let us give Honorable Khabo an opportunity. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, can you allow me to add to the response to the by the CFO on Honorable Khabo's question?
Honorable Khabo, you want further explanation, or are you satisfied?
No, Chairperson, I'm fine with the explanation.
Okay, you may proceed.
Sure. If we were to align it with the SMART principles for us to measure those things that the CFO is speaking about, that he indicates that they are in the operational plan, why are they not part of the APPs? And if they are not part, how are we going to measure the implementation of such indicators?
Can I then respond to that? Because my response was also going to be related to the question on on those particular key performance indicators. If you look at program one, Honorable Khabo, yes, you are correct. There were 6 indicators there. The ones that are not there are the 4 specifically that were about the convening of Izimbizo. It was about the celebration of the 30 years of democracy. It was about the councils, the constitution of councils, which is a question that the chair also asked earlier on. And then it was about the percentage of interns that we appoint in the department per year. So those were the 4 that you would not now see in the APP. But in terms of what CFO was saying as to some of these, because you won't find all of them, Honorable Khabu, and it's basically because we are dealing with a new 5-year focus. And the new 5-year focus had to take into account what becomes priorities for us to be able to deliver against the budget, against the mandate. So you will find that, for instance, if you look at program 3, there is a performance indicator or a KPI that is talking about the number of initiatives that are promoting social cohesion and nation building. So even though we don't have an Izimbizo structured kind of a KPI, but we have put in a KPI there that still ensures that we are able to engage at community level to deal with the issues of social cohesion and nation building, which is what Izimbizo were about in the previous 5 years, as we go into the next 5 years. 30 years, I think that one is would be self-explanatory because it was very specific to that celebration of the emergence of democracy. The issues of councils, they are in the operational plan of the oversight unit. And the issue of interns are reported by human resources. And I did indicate that when we talk to operational plans, those still get audited, for instance, by our own internal unit and our own oversight unit, who then submit reports that ultimately also gets seen by the AG and the audit committee, as I indicated. So I just wanted to add that previous, when I was asking to be allowed to respond, but then tying it in with your question now in terms of how does it get measured. Every end of the quarter, our M&E, Monitoring and Evaluation Unit, would call on reports on what is contained within the operational plan. But we have got the heads of branches that also monitor what is happening within the operational plan. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, thank you. Can I continue?
Yes, continue, please.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I think we must agree that there are a lot of issues that the department can focus on, especially under Program 1, as part of providing strategic leadership as it's part of its core function. I would request the department to be creative and innovative. There are a lot of issues that we can be looking at as a department. Department must go back and be clear in terms of Program 1, expand it in terms of issues that they need to look into, but also be clear. They must stop hiding items and indicators, Chairperson. Let me continue with my questions, Chair, and I'll direct them to the CFO. CFO, in terms of your budget allocation for, let me start. My questions will be on and around administration, Chairperson, like I've indicated. Your allocation to the Office of the Minister has increased over the years from 4.6 million to 5.5 million. And I would want to understand as to what formula did the department use to increase the minister's budget, given my understanding that the office is more like office bounds than administrative, not necessarily dealing with operational issues. So I wanted to check, moving from 4.6 million to 5.5 million. What informs or what formula have they used to get to that increase, Chairperson?
No, thanks very much, Honorable Khabo. Through you, Chair. The budget on the ministry from 4.6 million to 5.1. The increment there is literally based on the inflation rate of the budget. As you know that the budget in general has to increase to accommodate the inflation, even though if you look at overall the departmental budget, you've got about 3% increase, which relate to inflation increase. Then part of that increase relate to that, Chair. Thanks very much.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. CFO, can you please share with us, can you please share with this committee the cost breakdown or the cost of employees, the breakdown of the cost of employees? For employees who are in the office of the minister, how many are they? How much are we spending on the office of the minister per official? In the office of the deputy minister, how much are we spending? In the top management, how much are we spending? So that we can also assess, like you have said, that your increase is informed by interest rate. Can you share with us that breakdown? Can you give us a cost of what do you call this one? My apology. Can you give us that breakdown?
Yes, I can provide that, not now, Honorable Kabo, but there is a breakdown in terms of permanent versus contract within both the minister and the deputy minister.
All right, let's avoid the detailed. Let's leave the detailed report.
Okay.
Then, can you give us a synopsis of, in terms of the minister's office? This is how much we are spending on the cost of employees, and this is how much we are spending on, let's say, the traveling of the minister. We want to make an assessment as to which office are we spending a lot of money and which area is a contributing factor. Because there is a popular narrative that most of, in fact, there was out in the public space that indicated that sports, arts, and culture minister is the top ranking when it comes to traveling and spending of public funds in terms of traveling. That's what we want to assess and to check how many people are there and so forth. Not only in the office of the minister, the DM's office, including the top management, how much are we spending there?
Okay, no, thanks, Honorable Kabo. The budget, for in case, let's start with the traveling budget. If you go to goods and services under traveling, in the department, we have centralized the budget for traveling. And the reason being that because the department is most of the event department. So the overall budget there is about 18 million. I just want to go there under administration. So travel and subsidies, it will be 19,490,000 for the financial year 25-26. So the budget within the ministry is literally dealing with the composition of employees, which are, like I said, I'll give you the breakdown there. But it relates to the direct payment for in case for the staff within the ministry. And that staff is categorized in two ways. You've got permanent and contract in terms of course, DPSA in terms and the ministerial handbook. That is how the staff is appointed. And then those are the two questions, I think, Honorable Kabo, that you asked.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, CFO. Can you share that breakdown now? Because I believe it's a breakdown you should be having. You've been dealing with the budget for the past few weeks now. Can you share it with us now, probably in the next 30 minutes? So
I'll do that. Within 10 minutes, I can do that with that breakdown.
All right. CFO,
okay.
The position of the Director General has been vacant for the past 2 years. Was the post funded or not?
The post was funded, Honorable Kabo.
The post was funded for the past 2 years?
For the past, yes, 2 years.
Okay.
From 2025.
Meaning that the DG has acted for 2 years.
I wouldn't be sure on that, but in terms of budget, the budget for the DG, yes, is a funded post, and the budget is being available.
Ever since the DG has
Honorable Kabo. Can the DG respond to that? For how long are you acting DG?
Mr. Ndima started acting for 6 months, up to March 2023, is it 24? I can't remember the time. But I then took over after the former DG left. Mr. Ndima acted for 6 months, and then after those 6 months, I've been acting.
What are the time frame of yours, Dr. Kumalo?
I'm trying to add up. It is almost two years, Chairperson. But as I'm indicating, the DG left and Ndima acted 6 months, and then I've been acting ever since.
Thank you. Proceed,
After
Honorable
those
Khabo.
6 months.
Chairperson, I would like to understand, let's say, ever since the DG has acted, CFO, can you explain to us for the past 2 years that the DG has been acting, how much has we spent on the acting allowance paid to the DG?
No, thanks, Honorable Khabo. That is the breakdown that I must go to Parasal and get, but we can get those figures because they relate to both. I assume when you say paid, it will be 24-25 financial year, which is the previous financial year, and 25-26, which is the current financial year.
Yes,
Honorable
CFO,
Khabo,
don't forget to say 10 minutes.
Honorable Khabo, wrap up. I want to give the department also an opportunity to respond to the members' questions,
Chairperson,
and then
maybe
I'm going to give to members again.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, I've got a serious problem on some of these issues because I wanted to also get clarity in terms of how many vacant posts have been funded in the previous financial year, and how many out of those vacant posts have been filled in the previous financial year. And if out of the money that was set aside for filling of vacancies in the previous financial years was not used, how much of that money was returned to Treasury, Chairperson? But Chairperson, apart from that, now that you are expecting me to wrap up, Chairperson, you know, from where I'm sitting, Chairperson, these APPs or indicators that has been presented, Chairperson, they are far away from what we want to achieve as a country. That's why I requested the department must go back to respond to these issues. But second to that, Chairperson, earlier on, I had indicated that we are not going to give the department a blank check that will be signed on the other side where the minister and the DG will just be inserting the amount that would be spent. That one we are not going to do it, Chairperson. I would want to raise 1 or 2, 3 critical things that I believe are related to our issues, Chairperson. These are the issues that are creating a problem, Chairperson. We are sitting here before us with a budget, and part of the budget is speaking about an allocation to entities. And in our previous meeting, in fact, on the 27th of May, 2025, when we met as a portfolio committee, we interacted with the National Arts Council. We did not only raise issues in relation to the appointment of the board of the National Arts Council, but we had also indicated also, if not 5, close to 7 boards that were appointed by the minister. And we had requested the minister to provide a process that he had followed to appoint those boards. But second to that, to provide us with clarity in terms of who are these panel members that he keeps on referring to. Because these panel members were given a responsibility to oversee the process of interviews and including recommendation of suitable candidates to be appointed in these boards. And we have indicated, Chairperson, in the previous meeting that what we are seeing in these boards, it's an extension of rather a political party. Not saying that there's nothing, there's anything wrong, but it becomes suspicious that if one member is serving from one board to the other, Chairperson, up until today, Chairperson, nothing has been reported to the portfolio committee in terms of the process that has been followed by the minister in terms of appointing the boards. Just 2 weeks ago, Chairperson, we were told that SAID's board has been disbanded. A very technical board that requires an in-depth understanding of the medical sector. To date, we are still not sure. We are yet to discuss that a certain amount of money must be set aside for SAIDs. And with SAIDs being so much critical in advancing our program of 350 and advancing our core departmental function of promoting sports, arts, and culture, I'm just asking myself, Chairperson, whether the minister has indicated or has informed the international forum, which is called WADA, around the disbandment of SAID's, Chairperson, and whether he provided reasons why he has disbanded SAID's, Chairperson. I'm raising all of these things, Chairperson, because of it does not really make sense. It's not for the first time that the minister decides to disband the board and without responding to the portfolio committee, providing reasons why he has disbanded the board. For that information, Chairperson, it has been indicated and alleged that, for argument's sake, SAIT is arguing that they were disbanded without being given a fair hearing. The minister wrote them a letter requesting them to respond as to why they must not be disbanded. When they responded, the minister ultimately disbanded them. As we speak now, the process is out in the public, and that's one other recommendation that we must propose, Chairperson, that the process must be halted. That board must come and appear before the committee. Because this process of disbanding boards without any other reason or valid reasons, Chairperson, to a large extent, it proves that there is a sinister agenda or a political plot here that seeks to destabilize the department as a way of bringing in new role players. There is an intention here that has been presented before the public that the people who would want to present themselves as better fighters of the minorities than others, while they are doing that or playing the card of the minority being included, at the same time, they are advancing a political narrative that seeks to disrupt the day-to-day running. I mean, today the minister has not even responded to the memorandum that was submitted by the creative industry. He said that he will share the response with the committee. He has not done so, Chairperson. Today we are sitting with the APP. We expected to approve it. I refuse to accept, or I refuse to give the minister and the DG a blank check, Chairperson. I'll come back. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable members, well, I understand some concerns in the rebuttal about around issues. I want us, like I've said earlier on, let us keep ourselves focused on the indicators in front of us. I'm now going to give an opportunity to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to respond to other issues.
Chairperson? My hand is raised, Chairperson. It's Honorable Daniels.
Yes, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just get my camera on. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I, out of respect, allowed the previous honourable member to vent the way he feels and say what he wanted to say. But I want to raise on a point of order on that, because aspersions are being cast, and I don't think it is fair to cast such aspersions that is political ploys, as opposed to just asking questions for clarity-seeking purposes and allow them...
Honorable Daniels, I don't want to open a debate on that. I don't want to open a debate.
That's fine,
the member has
Chairperson.
an opportunity. Let me just explain. The member has an opportunity. He raised questions, and some of the discussions actually goes beyond indicators. So I've used the fact that I'm the chairperson, that right to leave the members to give an extent, and that is what the impact of these indicators have. The minister is in this meeting, the DSEC is in this meeting. Let us, who forms part of the portfolio committee, not respond to one another or on behalf of the executive or Department Sports of Arts and Culture. I think the Department Sports, Arts and Culture, it's big enough. They are adults. They can let them respond for themselves if they feel, the way you feel of what Honorable Khaboe have said. Let us proceed. We still have a parliament this afternoon. Let us proceed. We still have a response, and members also requested a second bite. Can I give an opportunity to I'm not going to give opportunity to members now to respond to Honorable Daniels. I am giving an opportunity now to the department to respond to the issues raised. And I want to say to the department and to the ministry, if you would like to respond on what has been said pertaining to the indicators, do so. If you feel offended of what the members have said, I'm giving you as well your right to respond on those. The Department Sports, Arts and Culture, it is your opportunity to respond to the numerous issues that has been raised by the members of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Khabo's questions that has been responded to. Who's that?
It's the Minister. Thank you so much,
Oh,
Chair.
the Minister.
All right. Chair, Minister,
please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me start first by raising my first concern before answering the questions raised by the members. We are listening to an hour and a half of questions being asked, and we are getting 40, 50 minutes before 1 p.m. to answer the questions. It's like it's been a regular occurrence where members are asking, and I say it with respect, and I'm going to make an example, questions that is not befitting of a member of parliament to ask a question like, for instance, Honorable Khab was asking, how many people does the minister have in his office? Those are elementary things that one Google search can tell him. It is government decides a minister has 7 workers, 7 staff members. Now we must come here and say how much are they earning. Those things are also, Honorable Chair. Now the CFO must leave our meeting, and he must now go and look for stuff that the honorable member could have done. That's number one.
Minister Mackenzie, can I just say I'm giving the department up until it's now 12:15, up until 1:30 to respond. I will also give the members a second bite, particularly Honorable Molachana, as requested. Like I've said, we are dealing with the APP, and what is in front of us is a budget, Minister, a very important budget that must be cordially discussed and agreed upon between 3 parties: the Portfolio Committee, the Ministry, as well as the Department, Sports, Arts and Culture. So interrogation of whatever nature should be welcome as far as the hierarchy, payments, indicators, and everything else is concerned. So I want the minister and the department use this fruitful
Can I raise
as
a point
far
of
as
order, Chairperson? Honorable Khabo, can I raise on a point of order, Chairperson?
Honorable Khabo, I'm leading the way forward so that we have. There's so many questions.
I withdraw. Then it's fine. Then Chairperson, you can continue.
Yeah, there's so many questions. The VAR, which is important. Comparisons with the rugby, the cricket, the late funds, boxing. We need these answers, and I want it, like I've said, the minister as well as the department to respond as such. Use it fruitful, and let's have this meeting in a respectful manner.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, you will proceed, and I think, Minister, you might also be very eager to respond to the VAR,
I'm going to respond to
the
everything,
late
Chair.
funds, to the boxing and all of that.
Chair, I'm going to respond to everything, but Chair, the concern is it's not only questions being asked. The Honorable Member Khabo said the people in the department, they are hiding. Yeah, you're hiding. We are not going to give you a blank check. Never did we ask for a blank check. It is this type of aspersions that is being casted here without proof. Listening to mere gossip and coming to the portfolio committee and not ask us but accused us. Who is hiding? Hiding from who? Hiding from what? But let me answer the questions, Chair, because I don't think you hear my concern. Let me answer the questions.
No, I hear your concern. I could have also said the same, but I said it maybe in another way. It's a question of interpolation. How you interpret what Honorable Khabo has said. I also said, and I want to quote myself again. I also said on the issue of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, there's only one indicator. So my concern is why. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can put under that indicators there. We can put a lot of things pertaining to audit recommendations, forensic audits. We can put the issue of the boards there. But now the minister and the department has an opportunity to respond to why it's not there. Dr. Kumalo already responded to that. But we are saying it is his way of saying, the honorable members Khabo's way of saying, why are you hiding? Why is there only one indicator? I even spoke to the irrelevance of the indicator. You have an opportunity with the department now, Minister, to respond to these. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
Let me answer the question, but there's a way to speak to each other and not accuse us. We are nobody's children. Number one, I want to answer the issue of, I want to start, Chair, with the indicators that you are referring to in the APP. Chair, here is the uncomfortable truth. There's always been many different priority projects. Those projects delivered little to none. The evidence is clear in artists dying as paupers, sports people not having money to attend sporting events. Federations don't even have offices. Federations have forever boards that sit there permanently. So it can't be business as usual. So our approach, Honorable Chair, has been to say, let's not do a tick box exercise here. Because it has been done in the past with little result. Let's do things differently. And that's why you see we've trimmed the APPs so that we can give real tangible ROIs instead of just having all this mixed box of lots of stuff with zero result. So that's the first one. The outdoor gyms, which has been mentioned here, there's now all of a sudden a lot of outdoor gyms, Chair, that you've raised. It is true, Chair. Chair, we are obese nation. And I'm speaking as a man that's also overweight and not casting aspersions on people. And we are a nation that is going through a financial crunch, our people. And to have outdoor gyms, particularly for our senior citizens, when they meet me, as early as last night, they were saying to me, Minister, we have nowhere where we as old people can train. So the outdoor gyms, in fact, what we have here is very disappointing because we need to have 2 zeros behind the ones that, or 3 zeros behind the ones that we have. That's the one. The second issue that was also mentioned here is F1. Honorable Moletsani says we're supposed to pay 200 million rands for F1. No, that is gossip. Nowhere did we say we're going to pay 200 million rand for F1. In fact, I was the one, Honorable Chair, that went to the track, the people that owns the only track that's near the standards that F1 requires. I told them, I said, government has no money, Mr. Toby Venter, to pay because for the past 15 years of you trying to bring F1, I've seen applications of monies being promised. We're going to upgrade the track. I said that will be corruption because I can't take government money and upgrade a private track. So Minister Toby Venter is the owner of Kalami. You will get not a cent from government, and any official that promise you that is corrupt and he's lying to you. He shook my hand and he said to me, Minister, I've met many government officials and they promised me. You're the first one to say that. But because of that, I now believe you and I will pay for it. I have seen the proof of payment where a private citizen, Toby Venter, engaged Apex. Apex is the world's top track upgrader and the constructor of racing tracks to F1 quality. Apex has also done the Miami track for the city of Miami. So we've not taken out any cent. And further, to go further, the second point on F1, government's got greater priorities than to pay for F1. F1 costs 50 million US dollars. That is 500 million rand. We don't, that's 1 billion rand, sorry, 1 billion rand. We don't have that type of money as government, and we shouldn't be spending 1 billion rand on the Formula One. That will be irresponsible, judging by the priorities that faces this government. The whole F1 application meetings is solely so that the private sector can pay for the F1, like they did in Singapore and related countries. But never will I come to this government and ask for money for F1. Never will we do that. So F1 is a business. I understand that South African leaders are not very familiar yet with the business of sport. F1 is a profitable business. Hence, countries are falling over their feet to be on the roster of F1. Lastly, regarding the F1 committee that Honorable Muletsani asked, where's the money coming from to pay them? Each and every person on that committee is highly successful in their own right. Hence, they could come and say, we will do this without payment. The honorable member said Obakeng, her name is Bakang Lituko. Bakang was headhunted by myself to come and help when I was appointed as a minister. She made it clear she'll stay only for 6 months. And she's going back to the private sector because government is not paying enough. We managed to keep her for 7 months, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or 6. We wanted her to stay, she left. 2 days in the private sector, she was 2 days being out of a job. She was picked up by one of the biggest companies in South Africa to come and lead for them. So she's not getting a cent. And everybody on that committee is not getting a cent. So the rumors is untrue that has been listened to and that we are being asked about. Then the next issue is the issue of SAFA. SAFA, and we are being asked to say, why are we paying for SAFA? And why have we not paid for cricket? And why have we not paid for rugby? Firstly, we are not financing SAFA. We are serving the football nation of South Africa. You see, that's where the distinction comes in. VAR is not for SAFA. VAR is for the soccer-loving majority of South Africa. We are a nation that is growing. Now, I'm going to give you why is it that I, as the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, has taken the decision that we really need to bring VAR to our sport. And I will give 3 quick reasons. Number one, for the safety of the people watching football, we have to have VAR. Because there's dubious penalties that's happening. People are breaking the chairs at the stadiums. People are throwing water bottles. People are throwing bottles and beer cans, and they throwing people when these decisions are taken, and we can't argue that. And some of these decisions are purely based on out-and-out corruption, say. And VAR minimizes corruption, referee corruption, official corruption. That's number one. Number two, the game of football has moved on. With VAR come discipline. Players no longer punch each other behind the scenes, hoping the referee will not see. They do that less now. Players no longer take chances and roll over. And our players, and VAR is solely responsible for better player behavior. And our players are not subjected to VAR. So when they meet these players, like in the Club World Cup, like in the World Cup, they might still have this type of behavior, not being used to it. Are we not a country that must keep up to the standards of what is required of a proper soccer game? We are not a jungle country, and that's why FIFA requires VAR to happen through SAFA, but not for SAFA. And if we say you have other African countries that already has VAR, what is wrong with us? So that is as far as VAR is concerned. The money has been budgeted for. We are ready to move. But there's a last point which is very crucial, and I saw it in the last match, Chair. You can't, that 90 million has been budgeted for is not only for VAR. VAR is the second part. The first part, it is for connectivity. Our stadiums don't have connectivity. One boy got missing in the last game we went to watch the derby. We spent 3 hours looking for him because there's no connectivity. You can't have VAR where there's no connectivity. For the safety of the girl child that goes to soccer, for the safety of young children that goes to our sport, their parents must at all times be able to get hold of them. So the 90 million is not only VAR, but is also connectivity in all the stadiums. Then I move to the next point to give the ADG and others a chance to answer. The issue of the appointment of the DG and DDG. Honorable Chair, I found not only those two positions, I found a lot of positions vacant. I've made it my number one priority to fill those positions. Those positions of the DG and the DDG that was mentioned are now appearing in the next week or 2 weeks before cabinet. We've gone through all the processes to appoint the DG. We've gone through all the processes to appoint the DDG so that I can stop this forever acting. So it is now before cabinet because cabinet is the only people that can appoint a DG and a DDG. And it is at that stage now. In the next 2 weeks, it shall serve before cabinet. And when I maybe come back next time, they will have been appointed. Then the accusation of that I am trying to make space, he's just scared to say it, but he means colored people because he talks about minorities. He means colored people. You see, Chair, we're not going to tolerate this thing where colored people just get insulted. They must be made a backdoor route. That one we'll never accept. Not from you, not from the Chair, not from the Honorable Khabo, not from any member here. I'm not going to sit here. And colored people must be made that the only way they can sit on boards is if they have a minister that can make a way for them, like they didn't go to the same universities, like they didn't go and get the same qualifications. I will never sit here and allow that to constantly continue. Because what happened with the States Board, the same member Khabo, has just said earlier, what's happening with the investigations? Which people are being charged, but there's no consequence. If he didn't listen to rumors, he would have understood that there's a report. There was an investigation, there's a report, and I'm acting on the report that has been done by an independent forensic company. So me removing that board is not me wanting to remove them. It is the recommendations. It is consequence management. Now, if I use the state's money to have a forensic investigation, and the investigation come back and the investigation said, remove this board, must I also listen to rumors or must I listen to the people that has been forensically appointed to investigate forensically what's happening in the thing? So I stand here with my chest out and say, it's got nothing to do with the minority accusations against colored people, but everything to do with accountability and fairness. And that board that has been going to Honorable Khabo, they can go to everybody they want to. But the fact remains, there was an investigation, and the investigation found them to be in breach of what is expected of them. Then the issue of the big walk. During the big walk, 20 million is being spent on the big walk, Honorable Chair. That 20 million that is being spent on the big walk has cost me, as the minister, to stand on stage at the last big walk, which was my first one, to apologize because people were up in arms. People didn't get t-shirts, some of them, people didn't get water bottles. It cost me, it required of me to stand on the stage and publicly apologize to them and say it will be better next year. And we are sitting now with the ADG and the CFO and the team to make sure that I don't need to stand on the stage again and apologize. The issue of Sarah Bartman, it's out of our hands. It is in the hands of Public Works. We have done everything that is that is required of us. We went beyond the call of duty. I wrote a letter to the Minister of Public Works. I said to him, Public Works is not delivering this thing. With tears in my eyes, can you give this to me so I can deliver Sarah Bartman? He wrote me a letter back and he said, no, he will deliver it. By law, there's nothing more I can do, Honorable Chair. I have tried. I wrote letters which I can present to the committee if they so wishes. Then the issue of cricket, rugby, and we can't compare the state of cricket and rugby. SAFA is cash-strapped, while cricket has R1 billion in the bank. Why will I spend 90 million on cricket while they have R1 billion in the bank? As far as rugby is concerned, I'm helping rugby through other means by attending meetings with them where we can get sponsorships. And because rugby, SARU has been a model of what we expect from federations. They forecast told them we're going to need more money. And what we've done, we went to meet people like Coca-Cola who gave money. A few days ago, we met with SA Breweries, who is pumping in another 300 million. So maybe I don't help them through VAR, but there's other ways of meeting with them and talking to people like Rian Oberholzer and say, can you hold the hand of some federations? What you've done for rugby, can you help them to achieve same for the sport? Then the last one, which I want to answer, is the issue of boxing. And then there's still one thing I didn't answer is 350, but let me finish with boxing and sorry, I'll finish with 350. Let me start with boxing. The question that was raised is the boxing board. Why are we investigating and not them? These are directors, and the job of a director is to do their fiduciary duties. Fiduciary duties, part of the fiduciary duties is to investigate wrongdoing. So when we appoint people, we must trust them to do their job and allow them to do their job and give them space to do their job. I've got full faith in Boxing South Africa that they will do the job even sometimes better than the department can do the job because they assist with only that department. Then lastly is Operation 350. Honorable Chair, I'm changing how sports get funded in this country. Sports get funded in this country through the companies give the federations money. Some of these federations squander the money. And a clear example, Honorable Chair, is athletics at the moment. They need to go to Namibia. All countries are ready. They have said they're going to participate. We have 200 athletes that should go to Namibia. The 200 athletes, there's no money to take them, Honorable Chair. There's no money to take 200 athletes to the Olympics. Once again, this department is going to fork out 9 million rands because our athletes should not suffer because of the incompetence of officials. So we help all federations. It's not only SAFA. And SAFA has its problems, but SAFA is actually one of the best delivering federations we have on the field. And people don't want to say this because of the dislike for maybe Danny or Dan, but SAFA at the moment, if you compare on the field performances of all federations, SAFA is right up there with cricket and rugby in delivering in the different sporting codes. And they need to be commended for that. So 350, Operation 350 is us wanting to make sure that more businesses bring money and they control the money and the human resource, the athletes, are being given by the federations. But we want the money to be centralized in the owners of the money's hands. People feel comfortable if they control the purse, mainly when it's their money. So we will tell them, can you pay Gerda Stein to go and train? Can you pay the hockey team to become professional? Can you pay this? But the money remains with them. And that is what Operation 350 is more to take more athletes there, but not for us to budget for it. We don't have that type of budgets for Operation 350. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll ask the team to answer the next questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think we're on the right path now. As the chairperson of the committee, I'm also not going to deny any member to ask whatever he or she may ask. Remember when we had a meeting and there was this concern at every meeting raised by Honorable Molachani that we perhaps must discuss the decision-making process. Sometimes things are being reported in the newspaper, and rightfully so, in terms of any national events, Formula One, the Olympics, it goes through cabinet, and it has financial implications. And who is agreeing to that? It's cabinet. So it is justified to ask that question. But now, since the minister has now officially have made it known, that's why they ask questions and you have responded. You've responded to say, listen, this is my official, I've clarified the position on Formula One. And from now, the committee can move on based on verified information. Because we are having oversight over the monies. That's the long and the short of it. And it cannot be taken personal. It cannot be taken personal. Even the issue surrounding boxing, the issue surrounding Big Hawk, it was the very same committee, this very same committee who said we cannot blow so much money on a one day event. But let me go back to another issue, Minister, and this is where we have a problem, where everyone sits on his own island and do what he thinks is best for him or her. I've said it in all the meetings. We are a collective team. We've met on several times with the AG's office. We just met now. They informed us they have made a recommendation that the department should do the forensic audit. Now, the frustration of members, which I support, is like, how is it that Boxing South Africa must do a forensic audit? Do they have the expertise? Do they have the qualities? Amid the fact that the AG's office said we have made that recommendations to this particular entity, to DSEC, to say that they must do a forensic audit. So, but I'm happy. I think slowly but surely we are getting there when it comes to interrogations, when it comes to issues of the portfolio, because at the end of the day, you are standing in the front line when it comes to these budgets. You have to respond. And there is no way then to respond like now. There is certainty from where the money comes from Formula One. You've made it very clear. There is certainty of what is happening within VAR. The Honorable Khabu has asked a simple question: where's that money? Because we don't see it. Show us where these monies are, so that we can know. Because we are also representing Parliament and we are presenting South Africa. Dr. Kumalo, there are still a number of issues left from the members.
Yes, Chair. We are going to respond to the other questions that Minister didn't cover. And I would like us, just so that we don't miss out on any of the questions, to just go program by program. So Acting DDG Tebogo will start with program 2 related questions. Those, as I'm saying, Tebogo, that Minister has not covered. If you could please go, and then Mr. DDG Ndima will come after that, and I'll just guide the process until we have finished all the other outstanding questions. Tebogo, through you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, ADG, and good afternoon, Chairperson and members, Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues. Thank you so much. I'll go straight to the first question asked around the clarity of the indicator, in particular indicator 2.2, which currently reads that it is the percentage of compliant sport and recreation bodies supported. So this indicator deals specifically with the transformation. I think the particular question would first be, what are the tracking systems in place for us to monitor this? And and the second part to it is, what is the percentage in relation to what? On the first part of the question, the transformation process in sport is tracked through what is called the Eminent Persons Group report, the EPG report, which is an annual report that we release on the basis of the assessment done with the 19 federations that are annually assessed to monitor the pace of transformation within those particular sporting codes. And so the percentage reflects the percentage out of the 19 federations. So you'd know, Chairperson, that because of the internal capacities or lack of internal capacities in some of the federations, it is not all federations that are able to complete and submit their reports in time for us to be able to produce the report. And that means that those that have not complied then forms part of the non-compliant federations that would not be sampled in that. So when we talk of the percentage of the compliant federations, it would mean if we have 19, it means those federations that have managed to submit a complete report for an EPG to make an assessment and arrive at a conclusion about their state of transformation. And so that indicator reflects that particular thing. And to add to that, all the indicators in the APP have what is called the technical indicator descriptor. Now, at the technical indicator descriptor, it is where we zoom in, and it is attached, by the way, to the APP. It is where we zoom in to this particular indicator and indicate what are the source of evidence required for any of the indicator to be deemed to have been complied, and that it can be considered as an achieved indicator for that matter. So it is explained there. The other part where we indicate, where the question came around indicator 2.5, which is an indicator that is said to have increased from 4,000 to 5,000 in the current financial year. That indicator speaks to the number of learners participating in the National School Sport Championships. Chairperson, the previous financial year, we've had to cut the number of learners for that indicator and reduce them precisely because of the budget cuts we experienced at the beginning of the financial year. And as a result, we could not afford to send a lot or to have a championship that has or that can cover over 4,000 learners. You'll see even in our reports coming for this current financial year that will be presented later on in the year, what then is the status of performance for that particular indicator. So we have increased this current financial year. We have changed even the approach to deliver this particular championships to open for more other sporting codes to be able to have an opportunity to send the learners. And in this instance, we're looking at a model where we would also be partnering with the federations in order to support them to be able to provide an opportunity for learners to participate at the highest level, especially within their age group categories in schools. Look, the increase that is seen for the budget of school sport, maybe let me explain it this way. The budget of school sport is not 700 million, it is 250 million. The entire allocation of the conditional grant that is provided, it's about 627 as the CFO, to 627 million as the CFO has indicated. And 40% of that is a ring-fenced allocation of school sport, and that comes to about 250 million. And so that 250 million then is the actual allocation for school sport, which we are also remodeling in this current financial year. And I think at some point during the calendar of the portfolio committee, we will have that discussion at length and in greater detail to give more meat to that discussion. I think there was another question that has been that was asked about the participation of people with disability and the allocations thereof. On the one hand, through the allocations to federations, there are two main federations that would normally allocate funds to. That is called Goalball and SASA PD, that is the sport for the Association of People with Disability Sport and Goalball. So there is always an allocation for that. But in addition to that, on our development programs like school sport, club development, all the sporting codes that participate there, and we can show even the performance reports that we get on a quarterly basis, there's always a participation of a category of people with disabilities. In fact, as a sport movement, especially at development level, we have the highest prevalence of people participating in sport, especially coming from the federations or sporting codes with people with disabilities. At any point, the national average or prevalence of people with disabilities is sitting at 7%. But in any point in our programs, we have a 15% and more of the participation of people with disabilities. Yes, we wish for more, and this is precisely sometimes limited by the opportunities available in provinces. For instance, not have a school of people with disability, and we struggle to get the numbers from those particular provinces. So some of these dynamics may be limited to that, but we strive because we make a provision in all these programs to ensure that even that the participation should be broadened to include people with disabilities. Daniel's asked questions around the increase and the factors that really limit the participation of learners to participate because of limited resources. I must indicate that in all the championships where the department supports directly the staging of the championships, this we do in collaboration with the provincial counterparts. If it's schools, it's also done in collaboration with the Department of Basic Education to facilitate and ensure support and participation. And we do so not only in word. We said there's a conditional grant allocation, and there is an expectation in terms of the indicators that there has to be a support to learners to participate in school sport activities, both at local, provincial, district, and national level. So when such requests come, we do facilitate with the provinces. Yes, at the present moment, as we are currently relooking this, it has always been the focus on the 16 priority codes, which we are reviewing to ensure that we cover most of the sporting codes, that the participation should not be limited only in terms of the sporting code. So that is the model that we are working on to ensure that it opens up to cover all the learners in schools and facilitate their participation. I think maybe if I may, ADG, to request Mr. Mngube on some of the issues, especially related to the transfer to federations and the process thereof, and any other matter I would have missed. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, ADTG. Simpiwe, if you could please cover those federation transfer issues and anything else as ADTG is asking.
Thank you very much, DG, and good afternoon to the chairperson of the portfolio committee and the members. Good afternoon to the minister, as well as the deputy minister and colleagues. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a question on the late transfers. Perhaps that's the only one that I noted as standing. Chairperson, the late transfers has been a problem in the previous years, prior to 2023. But we had since resolved it to actually confirm that Chairperson would note that in the last financial year, in the first quarter, we had transferred to more than 22 sport and recreation bodies. Those transfers were based on the sport and recreation bodies that are compliant. Unfortunately, those that end up being receiving their funds late, it is primarily because of them failing to submit their compliance documents on time. Hence, then the transfers would actually be later. That process has really been improved significantly. We note that this financial year there might have been a slight delay as we are changing a little bit in terms of the approach from the previous financial years. But once we have factored the new approach, we would certainly again improve, taking lessons from the previous experiences where we made adjustments. Chair, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that really is the question that was raised. Thank you very much, DG.
No, thank you very much. Chairperson, through you, before I let in DDG Ndima on the heritage-related questions, because Acting DDG Sport has touched on the question that was raised by Honorable Muletsane on the issue of people with disabilities. I just wanted to also cover the rest. On the issue of sport, I think Tebogo has spoken to the interventions there, but I also wanted just to indicate, Chair, that in our APP, which we were made to understand that subsequent to the tabling on the 4th of April, as I was saying, the copy was then handed over to which is this particular portfolio committee. If that's not the case, we would then forward the full document, because that was how we were made to understand that is how these parliamentary processes work. So in that particular document, if members go to page 54, going on to page 55, that is where we outline all the interventions that are focusing on people with disabilities from program to program. So that section that I'm talking about, Chair, starts from corporate services, what are the interventions, and it's reported in the APP. Active Nation, which is sport, covers even the infrastructural support in terms of how they accommodate and make sure that accessibility is prioritized, and all of them. So I was just indicating that indeed, when it comes to people with disabilities, there is a dedicated section on that in our APP, and all the programs are called upon to include the interventions for that particular financial year. That is not just exclusive to people with disabilities. Same thing applies to the youth interventions, to the women focused interventions. It is there in our APP, cutting across for each and every one of the programs. So I just wanted to touch on that one, Chair, because our RDSP had spoken and touched on that. DDG Ndima, through the chairperson, if you could please cover the questions on heritage that came from honorable members.
Thank you, ADG, and thank you, Chairperson. And also let me greet the members of the committee, the minister, as well as the deputy minister. Just to indicate, let me just start with the issues around repatriation, Chairperson. by really just indicating that the manner in which we map indicators, we map them also being guided by their complexity. When we talk repatriation, for instance, we have to rely on a number of stakeholders, both inside the country and outside the country. And you would note that when we look at page 219, if I'm not mistaken, of where we are doing the indicator descriptor, that's where we begin to be specific in terms of what those reports are going to be because of the complexity of the process. For instance, you're talking about name gathering of the deceased and family tracing. You're talking about the grave mapping, exhumation and repatriation. In some instances, you're talking forensic examination and DNA testing to confirm identity. So the nature of the project, Chairperson, what we have control over is that we can report on all these and the stages of the development of all these. For instance, we are already working on Angola, where you have got other complexities, where you've got mines and some areas need to be demined. Now, we still have to work with the companies within Angola who are skilled in terms of ensuring that those mines do not explode as people start doing the exhumation and the like. What we have control over, I know what the chairperson is saying, but we don't have control over everything given the complexity of this, but we can report each and every stage in each country. What has happened? Have we done this? Have we done exhumations? Have we done repatriation? Where is the process of DNA testing? I think, let me just stop there, Chair, and say the complexity of this particular indicator is the reason why maybe the chairperson is very unhappy maybe about how it's been formulated. Maybe then just going to the other issue that was raised by Honorable Nkosi about our contingency plan when the library conditional grant has turned into equitable share. Honorable Nkosi, we are working with Treasury. And in fact, because we are now finalizing the stage, in fact, the next 2 years, because by 2027, that beginning of that financial year, then it would have turned into equitable share. We are having a meeting with the Treasury. Our responsibility is still going to continue, but at a much more scaled back manner. What do I mean by a much more scaled back manner? Is that our responsibility will be to ensure that that conditional grant continues to serve the purpose for which it was meant to serve, which is dealing with matters of establishing new libraries, maintaining existing libraries, ensuring that there is library material in these libraries, ensuring that also they continue to provide many libraries that cater for people with disability, for instance, the blind. We would still be monitoring that. And yes, the money would be with the provinces, but together with Treasury, we will be ensuring that the money is used for what is meant to do. With regards to community participation, Honorable Nkosi, there is no project that we do in any community without community participation, ensuring that they buy into the project right from its inception towards the end. And of course, there are certain problems that emanate, and I'm sure that the minister has spoken to with regards to projects like Sarah Pashman. Capacity within the archival space, as much as there are those issues of capacity within the archival space, but also how we are mitigating that as well, Honorable Nkosi, is to start looking at digital technologies, ensuring that we use digital technologies. And as you can see, the how we have mapped also the issue of digitizing various materials, paper-based material, films, audio tapes. Yes, we would want to really just improve on that by really getting the cutting edge technologies that would really increase the speed given what we are holding in our archives. Now, coming to the national symbols.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I'm just talking to the national symbols, Chairperson, because I think Honorable Khabo was just talking about the relevance of the national symbols. I want to indicate here, Chairperson, that it is our duty to assist the Department of Education when it comes to matters of civic education. This department houses the Bureau of Heraldry, which is the custodian of national symbols. So it becomes our responsibility to ensure that the teachers in schools, they understand exactly what the meanings of those national symbols are. So I just thought maybe it's very important that I clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, talking about schools, and what come to mind, DG, is the MOU between the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I want to ask a question before I'm going to give members a chance. Is there any financial implications towards that? And in terms of the issue that has been raised now lately, if there's financial implications, what are those? And is DBE in a position to also contribute to that? Then here comes my final $1 question, acting DG. Obviously, we have to agree or approve the way forward on this APP plan. Now, I'm taking it now from a point of view from the AG and my concern as the chairperson leading this committee. The AG has made it very clear this morning that some of the indicators are not clear and some is not measurable. And I have also mentioned that, and it also says that some of the targets is set very low. The AG actually also speaks to the report on delivery at times is not credible, and some of the indicators is not defined. I've mentioned that some of them I've mentioned has no formula, and I've also mentioned the fact that some of it, the definitions, we need to understand as members of parliament what is being measured, and also the formula indicating, when it comes to the numerator and the denominator. Now, in the absence of that, acting DG, are you in a position for us to go back and to perhaps work on this before we're going to agree on what is in front of us, and also the comparative summary between the two years for the 2024 and 25 and 26, 25 and 26, so that we can have an understanding as to as far as these indicators has been concerned, why are they removed, and perhaps maybe the wrong approach by Honorable Khabo, that something have been hid to us, so that we can have an understanding, because we as a committee have to agree and have to approve this APP. There are also an issue, and I want to come back to the issue of the what is the minister make mention about it? I think, yeah, the big hawk. The minister make mention about the big hawk, and the issue raised by the committee was, one day so much money has been blasted on the big hawk. I think maybe we should give consideration, because it's a huge increase. Are we in a position from the department side to perhaps give another thought as far as the Big Hawk is concerned, and whether the department also considered to have the issue of the boards, which is a very sensitive issue in South Africa, as an indicator under the program, under program 1. Maybe I would want the acting DG to respond to this, and perhaps then I'll ask the members. But I want to mention finally the case pertaining to the issue of SAID's minister, and perhaps also as a result of the concern of members. There was communication between my office and the minister pertaining to SAID's and what has happened with SAID's and the dissolvement of that. I responded and I received another response from the minister. Now, on behalf of the committee, I've done this and I've sent that communication to committee members. As a result, the questions that came up. And our last meeting that we have, and DG, maybe you should also perhaps assist us in this way. We have indicated that we must create a platform between us and the minister and perhaps the former board of SAID of what has transpired there. And the frustration of the committee members, minister, is the fact that after this expectation, we have witnessed a advert already in the newspapers advertising, and our fear also is potential court cases. And I understand also the minister's response to that. You can go wherever they want to go, but that's all that we want to guard against as the portfolio committee. I'm giving over to you, Dr. Kumar.
No, thank you, Chair. We were not done responding
Dr.
to.
Kumalo.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Chair, I'm saying.
Yes, it's Mama Khato speaking.
Honorable Makato.
Yes, my questions are not answered. That one which says, how will the department measure the quality and sustainability of 10,000 work opportunities created?
Yes, I agree, Honorable Makato.
Yeah, if they can also answer that before we can go to the approach. Thank you.
Okay, Doc, I hope
Chair.
you'll be able to do it in 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we were not done responding to questions, Chair, and that was not the only question that came from Honorable Makato that we had not responded to. And I had asked that you allow us to respond, and we had only given 2 people an opportunity. If you please allow us, I would like us to respond to the question on the SMART
That's
principle.
fine,
And
Doctor. That's super fine with me. On that same very issue, the issues of DDGs of various branches, are they all present in this meeting?
yes, they are, Chair. They are all
Okay,
present.
good. I just wanted to have certainty in terms of you want to respond to all the issues. Then give them also the opportunity. That's fine.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. I was saying, can we please be allowed to respond to the issues on the audit of our APP, including the SMART principle matter that was raised in the report? If the CD that deals with it and engages with the AG as her key responsibility, could be please allowed to respond to that. And then CFO also wanted to come in to cover some of the questions that came from Honorable Khabo, which we had not covered in other areas. And I wanted to respond to the questions from Honorable Makato. So CD Mahlobo, please, if you could just observe in time.
Thank you, ADG. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable committee members, and the Minister in the DM. I'm going to be responding on the question around the measurability of our indicators. before the APP is finalized and tabled in Parliament, there are quality assurance processes that it must go through to ensure that it complies with the SMART principle. The first quality assurance is by our monitoring and evaluation unit, which looks and saying, are those indicators going to be measurable? And is there enough evidence to support the performance that will be done? And then we also hand it over to our internal audit and also the Auditor General. Once we get the inputs from these three quality assurance providers, we then make improvement in the document of the APP. Then after that is done, all the three of us, we go and present the APP to the audit committee, whereby we all confirm that what have been raised have been addressed. So just to also give an example around the measurability of indicators, the document that was tabled in Parliament, each indicator goes together with the technical indicator description that outlines how this indicator, what is the purpose of this indicator, so that this part, is it linking to the mandate of the department? That is where we then outline what is the purpose and why is it relevant for the department to have this indicator in its APP. And then when we also look at the indicator, we are linking it to the outcome that it is responding to as we implement this indicator, as the outcome is also linked to what the department has committed in the MTDP. So that part also covers the linkages to the MTDP, to the outcome, and also the relevance of the department having that indicator in the APP. Further than that, we then look at the measurability to say, how is this indicator going to be measured on a quarterly basis? We look at to say, what is the source of data for this indicator? What are the documents that we are going to get from the project manager to verify that this indicator was delivered as planned? And the method of calculation, how is this indicator going to be calculated on a quarterly or annual basis? And we also outline, is it going to be a cumulative or non-cumulative indicator? So all this information is part of the APP that is then tabled in Parliament to ensure that it is then it complies with the SMART principle. So once all those processes have been done, we do give it back to the AGSA for them to confirm that we have addressed all their audit queries that they had raised on the draft that we have given them. Once they've confirmed, it's only then that we submit to the minister for the minister to approve for it to be tabled in Parliament. Thank you, ADG. I hope I have answered the question clearly. Thank you.
Thanks, Siti. I just wanted to add that these areas where for each and every KPI, we have to put a description, and it's there in the APP, Chairperson. The means of verification, methods of calculation, how we disaggregate in terms of beneficiaries, and what assumptions do we make for each and every one. I'm not going to read the whole list, but we do a breakdown and we include it in the APP. So it is there per KPI, Chairperson. The CFO, please, if you can come in.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I'll start with the two questions that were asked by Honorable Kawa through you, Chair. The one that the budget for the Minister and the DM in terms of composition of employees is 3.1 for the Minister and 2.6 for the DM. And in terms of the budget on traveling being blocked by the ministries, that one, Chair, is not correct because if we have to compare the two past financial year, which is 24-25 financial year under DM, we spent 7.4 million, under Minister we spent 13 million, given the fact that also this budget was spent by the 6 administration and the 7 administration, so that there is a split budget of the ministry. And then if you look at the year before when it was only 6 administration, the budget for for the ministry that was spent on the traveling. It was about 12 million for 23-24 financial year. And then for the DM was 9.5 million. So, Chair, if you look at the current, we are in line in terms of the trend, in terms of the trips or traveling of both the office of the DM and the minister. So the other issue that was also checked is the issue that in terms of expenditure, how much was returned to Treasury. Chair, in terms of the expenditure of the financial year ending March 2025, the department has spent 99.9% in terms of budget of composition of employees. So we are literally spent 100% of the budget that was allocated to us. And when you look at the overall budget, Chair, we have spent 99.5% of the overall budget, which is basically also, if you have to round it off, is still 100%. And we are within the Treasury guideline that if you spend 2% less than the budget that was allocated to you, then you must give reason. So there is no need for us to give reason because, like I said, at the end of the day, it's 100% because it's 99.5%. Chair, I also want to touch on the issue of the increase of the budget. I want us to go back a little bit in terms of when we're preparing for the MTF budget for 24-25 financial year. Because in that year, there was a serious budget cut, especially in the sector or in the department. We lost about 1.2 billion for about 3 years, and that was about 300 million per annum, which is your 24-25, 25-26, and 26-27. And out of that reduction of 1.2 billion, you then come up with a new baseline budget, which is the one that is there that we are discussing today. So if you look at it at proper analysis, the department has not even received any increment. Actually, we got reduction. But if we have to then check with the confirmation or verify the revised baseline of the department that was given after deducting 1.2 billion, then the increase of this budget is 3.6%. And like I said, that 3.6% is based on the inflation rate increase. It's not an increase into a certain target or into a certain item. It's just increase on the basis that based on the value of the rent in average, your inflation rate actually is more than 4%. Actually, it's even less than your inflation rate that was gazetted by National Treasury. So that 3.6, Chair, it includes the bargaining council that was agreed between labor and DPSA, which go for a period of 3 years. And part of that is the improvement in cohesion of services. What is different with this current budget that you are tabling today, Chair, is that this budget already includes the increment of the composition of employees for both SMS and lower levels in terms of salary increase that will be happening every year for the coming 3 years based on the agreement. So literally, there is no an increase, Chair, if you look at that way. And then there was also a question that was say, what are we doing for the blind? For in case Blind South Africa, Chair, we in the current budget, they've been allocated about 9 million. And then we've got South African Library for the blind, which is got 37 million. And if you add the two, we are talking about 40-something million that is allocated for the blind people in the country, Chair. So those were the question and then on the issue of I think Ntombi has responded on the issue of the smart principal, but just to add, Chair, that APP was also endorsed by the AG. So it's very surprising to say that there is no smart principal when we have correct that APP based on their recommendation. So it's very surprising, including the issue of the boxing SA. The boxing SA, that recommendation has been implemented. Even the service provider has been appointed, like Minister already as a chair. So I'll end there. I think I've addressed all the questions. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you.
CFO. Just from Honorable Makhato, please, Chair.
How many responses still, Dr. Kumalo? I'm asking. I'm just scared we are running out of time, and we must request members to consider this APP. Two questions.
Two questions.
Okay.
Two responses.
Yeah. Before you're going to respond, Dr. Kumalo, I just want to land this question with you. Who's representing the cooperative service branch?
Is the acting DDG Corporate Services, Mr. Tanyana? He's here.
Okay. Happy, Chappy. Proceed, Dr. Kumalo.
Okay, just on the questions raised by Honorable Makhato, you touched on the issue of limited integration. Obviously, that becomes a continuous process in terms of integration. But, Honorable Member, if you look at our approach in terms of how we have designed the APP, you will note that in terms of the different programs, much as we have these mandates on slide number 17 in our presentation. But each and every program has then to align to those mandates as informed by why the department was actually established, and the three priorities that the current term of the current government has actually prioritized. So the key focus areas that you would see if you go through our APP, they then begin to cut across all the programs. But as I'm saying, it becomes a continuous process in terms of how you ultimately integrate while recognizing how dynamic each and every industry that we service is. In terms of the quality and sustainability of 10, or how do we ensure in terms of the 10,000 work opportunities, as the CFO was saying, that is PESP, Honorable Member, that's the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. Obviously, we do include some of the programs that are job creators in our department. So beside the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program that has got clear how you actually measure, how you determine impact, because we work closely with the PMU in the Office of the President, who monitor us in terms of the creation of work opportunities. The work opportunities in the cultural and creative industry are unique. You cannot actually say you are going to measure them exactly the same way you measure in the agricultural sector, for instance. So that is actually taken into account in terms of how we determine. But I'm saying, in terms of the reporting of these 10,000 work opportunities, we also incorporate things like where we employ about 300 young creatives, just as an example, young creatives that are then placed in different community at centers for a period of 2 years each time when they are appointed. So the measures would differ based on the uniqueness of that particular program. While it is very difficult in the industry, but we come up with those particular measures. In terms, I'm finishing, Chairperson, in terms of what is the mechanism that we use to ensure fair distribution to support cultural institutions? That is why, Honorable Member, we have adopted an approach that works through provinces. So instead of continuing with an approach that says we come as national department and we impose those interventions, the format in terms of our approach has now really shifted towards the provinces would identify, and working with the provinces, we are then able to support the cultural institutions as and when they are actually identified. The chairperson is intimidating me, but I wanted just to bring in lastly, Chairperson, Acting DDG Zanyane, because we just need to address the question that was raised by Honorable Nkunu on the how many DSEC entities are under investigation, but also he will touch on the board issue that you also have been raising. Mr. Tanyane.
And the MOU, please, Dr. Kumalo.
Can I talk to the MOU, Chairperson?
Yes, please.
Remember, we are coming to you on the 8th of July to present on the MOU that we've signed with DPE. We have submitted the presentation. Can you allow us then to take you through as a committee on that? It's on the 8th of July.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I think the assessment is to see, whether there is financial, agreements in this, so that we can assess as to, whether there's a need to take something out from here where they can be held responsible. But if you feel there's a necessity for us to then rather speak on the day, we can leave it like that. But the fact that we are dealing with the APP, that might have some repercussions on the financial issue. If you can just in a one-liner just tell us whether there is.
There is. In the presentation that we have submitted already to the Secretariat, we are indicating for each and every one of the programs that we are implementing through the MOU what. I don't know whether your question was just with respect to the National Symbols program, but in each and every one, be it school sport, be it arts and culture programs that are done in schools, there are financial injections that come through from the department. Not to the given to DPE, but to the program itself that is being implemented.
But they are not contributing anything.
They do contribute, Chairperson, because we partner. They are actually doing a certain part of the intervention in terms of the program, and we do a certain part. Let's take, for instance, the National School Sport Championship. They have a particular role to play. We have a particular role to play. And that is how we have structured our presentation that we'll be tabling to you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Mr. Tanyani. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, ATG, and good day to great Minister, Deputy Minister, ATG Chair, and members. There's one aspect that I would respond to in terms of investigations. Among the public entities, Chair, I'm speaking on behalf of the public entities. Among the 28 of them that we are responsible for as entities oversight, we have Boxing SA, that is undergoing an investigation, as CFO has mentioned, and also want to address the issue where Chair was mentioning in terms of whether they have skills or they have expertise to do that. They are not, it's not the board itself that is conducting the investigation, but they are presiding over that, and an independent company has been appointed to conduct that investigation. So that is one. The second one,
just before you go on, now you make me more and more. You make me more and more believe that it is right that members ask these questions, and your explanation, I would argue, is to the satisfaction of the members, because every time it was say boxing must do it, and even the minister has also referred to now boxing is going to do it. But your explanation is, and we understand it now. So we must communicate. We must elaborate, and we must hook up with one another so that the understanding, is forthcoming in this fashion. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yes, maybe to add to that is that when we receive some of these complaints which require investigation, we do an assessment whether it's complaints relating to the board members or to the staff at the entities. And there are investigations or complaints that have been referred to public entities to do internal investigations and then provide the department with those reports. So among those entities, we have Freedom Park that is currently also had to redo the investigation after they appeared before the committee. We have State Theatre. They've done an internal investigation. They've supplied the department with the report. They are implementing consequence management in that regard. We have Parkovs that we have also referred a complaint which is from an external person in relation to a manager in the entity. I think it's one of the in the AG, you recall, Chair, that they were also presenting, they also flagged Parkovs there. That is being handled by the council. We have another whistleblower that we have currently processing from the National Heritage Council that we've received recently, and we are processing to Minister for consideration in terms of the way forward. And lastly, we have the NFVF also we are engaging with in terms of kickstarting that investigation. Chair, it's not the investigations that we, as I've said, we assess so that we are clear where the council can or the entity can do the investigation. They are allowed to do, but where they are not able to do it, then as a department we come in to assist to do. The other question also, Chair, I think I don't know whether it was a question or a comment which came from Honorable Khabo about the questions in relation to the process of the appointment of boards. Chair, I must say that we have we received those and we have responded, Chair, and the response to that was submitted on the 16th of June. However, we did have a follow-up communication from the committee to say they still need more information on other aspects, especially the appointment and the resignation of the CEO at NFVF. So because and also the breakdown in terms of payments of panel members, and we have requested an extension from the committee to actually draw that information from our financial system. So those will be forthcoming. But we also have been responding to some of the questions that the committee has been asking through parliamentary questions, and we have been responding to that and to those and sending them. Chair, other than that, the issue of smart principle
Before you go any further,
yes, Chair.
Before you go any further, can you sanitize us with the NHC, National Heritage Council, sanitize the members on that, and also the concern with what you have explained now, I must say, is the extension, which is a very, very big problem for us. And is it possible that we can have this information?
Yes, Chair, we've
Friday?
asked until Friday to submit that information. Okay. It's nothing. It's because, Chair, we as I think as CFO was explaining how the expenditure is classified, then we have to go back to the finance team and ask that they give us, the breakdown in terms of what we spend on the processes that we have been doing. So we have requested until Friday, and we are busy with that, and we'll supply that. NHC, Chair, it's still an issue that relates to the issues about staff appointments at NHC, and as I've said, that it's currently underway to the minister, so that there is a decision taken in terms of the approach on how that investigation, if needed, can be carried out. So I think we will be able to report back again to the committee on the progress on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Why is so much information outstanding that actually was supposed to be submitted yesterday? Asking for a friend.
Chair, the information that the committee indicated was the appointment process for the former NFVF council chair. I mean, sorry, the CEO. The details of the resignation or termination or resignation as put in the letter, and it related also to the vetting processes and the formal letters of the independent panels. The letters, some of the things, Chair, are not are easy to supply, but we wanted to have a consolidated response, Chair, so that we don't submit piecemeal. So the one that I'm saying is the one where we had to go back and ask for retrieval is the issue of cost related to the interview panels. So that's the one where we need proper information so that we supply credible information to the committee.
No, thank you for that, because I was at loggerheads with the professional staff on the information. That's fine. Are we through, Dr. Kumalo?
I wanted to conclude, Chairperson, by saying we will do that comparative summary you are asking for, the 24, 25, 25. I think that one we can do quickly, Sidi Mahlobo, and possibly before Friday we can send it to you. So, but just to note, because in some instances you will think that, for instance, supporting community centers is no longer there. Whether it has now been merged with another KPI, but we will explain all of that in the comparative summary that you asked for. Just to conclude, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much. Members, I think there's still members that indicated they are running to the NCOP for some plenary or the other. Members, we have now reviewed, we have discussed, we have interrogated, we have asked questions on the annual performance plan. And I will now request members that we consider the annual performance plan of the department for approval. Is there any member that would like to have a final comment or a question? And if not, let's proceed with the decision. I see a hand. Who's that? Honorable Khabo, please proceed. Please unmute, yes. Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. I'll not be asking any question because clearly there's no hope of getting any response on questions that you have raised. But Chairperson, one must indicate that first and foremost, this APPs from where we are sitting, just like the AG has indicated, it becomes difficult for us to understand how are we going to measure them because they are not specific. And I've made mention of items that are not reflecting on the APP, of which we were told that they will be reflecting on the operational plan. It then becomes difficult for us to play that oversight. But second to that, Chairperson, I maintain my view that money is being hidden in a sense that it is not being presented how much is going to be spent and where. And I'll give you a practical example of transfer of funds, not only to entities, Chairperson, but even to provinces. We are sitting with a lot of junk of money that is being sent to provinces, and yet we are not told what is this money going to do at the level of provinces. And I would also propose that moving forward, Chairperson, in the next cycle, we must begin to invite provinces who are responsible for the allocation or implementation of budget being allocated, including entities in provinces that are benefiting from that allocation, Chairperson. I would equally propose that looking at the fact that first and foremost, these APPs are not aligned to the SMART principles and also in the...
Before, Honorable Khabo, my apologies, before you go there, before you go to any other input or proposal, may I just ask the professional secretary of the portfolio just to outline and explain the process after this APP presented to us. So, Leka, is there a way that you can explain to members? Zoleka?
Yes, Chair. No, once we are done, Chair, with the presentations, then the next part will be the committee to adopt the report in the next meeting, not in this meeting.
Oh, cool. That's fine. But in the meantime, amid the absence of the outstanding information, I think that will help us a lot, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Khabo, my apologies. You may proceed with your I will allow you to, if you wish to still make any comments.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible. Like I've indicated, from where I'm sitting, these APPs are not aligned to the SMART principles, Chairperson. And amongst others, the APPs seem not to be complying with the regulatory framework. I've said that we do not get any understanding as to the amounts allocated to provinces. What is it specifically they are allocated for? What is it that they are going to do, Chairperson? That is number one. But number two, Chairperson, there is a high level of unaccountability, Chairperson. I mean, the report indicates that there's been investigation. Even the minister continuously tells us that there's been forensic investigations. But even today, Chairperson, we have not received any report in terms of the forensic investigation and how far is the department in implementing the forensic investigation. The Auditor General's report indicates that there is lack of consequence management. And part of the reasons why there is no consequence management is because of investigations are not conducted intimately and investigations are not implemented in line with their recommendations, Chairperson. I will also add another issue which raises a problem in terms of the efficiency of our management in terms of filling of vacant posts, Chairperson. And we must not take it light, Chairperson. Unfortunately, the minister is presiding over a public office. And as a result, every little cent we are going to hold him accountable, including asking him questions that are related to the officials that are not only in his office, including the office of the deputy minister and the top management. If our questions sometimes they sound a bit stupid according to the level of understanding of the minister, that is not our problem. But we are going to seek clarity on every cent. So with that being said, Chairperson, I would like to propose that the management must go back and highlight critical issues that speaks to adequate risk management. Because these APPs, Chairperson, are not responding to that. We keep on setting aside money in terms of project management. The Auditor General has indicated that in terms of our internal controls, there are poor systems or we do not have system in place to oversee the correct implementation of projects, Chairperson. It is for that reason that I'll request that the APPs must be taken back, Chairperson, must be aligned with the SMART principle. They must be realistic, but most importantly, Chairperson, I've indicated under Program 1, you can't have 2 indicators. Moving from 6 indicators when the budget has been increased. I get the CFO says that there is no budget increase, but to me, there is a budget increase from 6.1 to 6.3. There is an increase, and need to take into consideration what informs that. So with that being said, Chairperson, I would propose that the management must go back, relook into this thing, and provide us clarity on issues that we had raised. I'm still going to maintain on the issue of recommending that the board of states must be presented or must come and present themselves before the portfolio so that we are able to take them into confidence. And we'll also request investigation reports that has been conducted in the previous year. They must get an indication as to how many has been conducted. Out of those that has been conducted, how many has been implemented, Chairperson. And in line with the response that we've received in terms of the appointment of board Chairperson, I'm still going to maintain my view. 1, the minister and the administration has failed to explain to the committee, even in writing, which processes they followed to appoint the panel. And that process that is consistent with the principles of transparency and openness. Secondly, there's no report that indicates who are these people who are part of the panel. What qualification do they have? What expertise do they have that is related to the sector that we are responsible of? So from when we are sitting, Chairperson, even the reports that has been submitted, it's a report that are very far-fetched. They are responding to questions that we did not respond to. We had requested that give us the panel, give us minutes of the panel that they have said, including the attendance register. That is the information that we have not received. And for that reason, Chairperson, I don't believe we are fully rejecting the outlook of this APP. The administration must go back and align it with the SMART principle, including issues that we had raised, Chairperson, particularly dealing with the grassroots development and assessing how are we going to monitor the implementation of schools program, including the allocation that we have made to provinces, because we have seen that in a number of occasions, we give money to provinces, but the projects are not being completed, and there is nothing that the department is doing in terms of consequence management, Chairperson. And with that being said, Chairperson, we vehemently oppose and reject the APPs that are not in line with the SMART principles, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, as indicated, Honorable Kabo, by the Portfolio Secretary, that we are not taking a decision here now. I'm going to give an opportunity to Honorable Moletsane. I just want to add to Dr. Kumalo. The Honorable Mtetwa had to leave early, but earlier on, and my apologies for not doing so, the Portfolio Secretary has posed some of the questions of Honorable Mtetwa on the Zoom chat group. If that is possible, if someone can just copy paste that questions, and also can we include this to the information that have to be submitted by Friday. The Honorable Moletsane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson,
You are audible.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I think Honorable Khabo has already covered me in most of the issues that I was going to raise, especially the issue of the forensic investigations. We have so many forensic investigations that are happening in the department, and as the portfolio committee, we haven't even set to discuss or to be given a report on any of one of the forensic investigation. Two, he has already covered me on the issue of the SAIDs. At number 3, Chairperson, the issue of the big work. I still can't get it. That the big work, the last year, in fact, yes, last financial year, this one that has just ended, 10 million was spent on that big work, and now it's jumping from 10 to 20 million, Chairperson, for an event that is going to be held once a day. It can't be right, Chairperson. We need to get a detailed explanation on that 20 million, what is going to spend on, and how did they arrive to 20 million, Chairperson. Because I remember in the past portfolio meeting, we've requested that this big work, it must be taken to an area where we are not going to pay a lot of money on a venue. Like last year. Last year, it was held somewhere in Cape Town where it's a private venue and we had to pay a lot of money. So this one of 10, from 10 million to 20 million, Chairperson, it's unacceptable, and we need a detailed explanation. But as Comrade Khabo has just said, I will also move in that direction of supporting the proposal of Comrade Khabo, Chairperson, regarding this APPs, not supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, you are putting me in a very uncomfortable position now. But with that being said, Honorable Makato, is that a legacy hand?
Yes, thank you very much. I don't think I will take time, but I was on the same page with the two honorable members so that we can get more investigation. So I'm on the same pool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makato. We are not going to investigate. You are putting me in a very difficult position now. But I think if you will allow me that I made the following comment rather than a ruling, and the portfolio secretary must help me here. We are sitting with an APP in front of us. There are concerns. There are inputs. But also, like been said, that there are a number of outstanding issues. Now, the difficulty that we are in as a committee is to approve the APP, but not in this meeting. And if my memory serves me right, I think the debate for this budget vote will be on the 1st of July. Now, amid the absence of the reports and also the request by, who's this member now, forensic investigation, and also the request to reconsider the big work, or rather give a full consider stroke, a report on the big work. So we can't proceed then further than, or rather earlier than the 1st of July. The portfolio committee secretary must indicate to us if we are going to receive this information on Friday. That is 3 days from now. It will leave us with the 27th of June. So I need a way forward from the portfolio committee secretary on how are we going to go about with this, because I would argue or think that we will have to meet again to finalize and have a bird's eye view, or rather on the reports that is outstanding. But I'm happy, as the Dr. Kumalo have said, that and the previous DDG, that the information will then be submitted by Friday. So there's quite a number of information outstanding. If the portfolio secretary can just indicate that, because I did not keep record, except what I was writing down now pertaining to the forensic investigations, the Big Hawk, and I did not write the issues down of concern by the Honorable Khapu. The portfolio committee secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Chairperson, what can happen is that the department can either commit to submitting the information before Friday, that is our next scheduled meeting for the committee. Or if that is not possible, then the committee would have to ask an extension from the House Chairperson.
Are we in a position? Are we in a position to do that?
Yes, we are, Chair. But of course, it will depend on the House Chairperson if we do get approval or not.
If we don't get an approval, what is the procedure then?
Then we'll have to continue, Chair.
Again, another meeting.
The meeting where we're supposed to consider the report of the committee. Yes, that one. The one that we're supposed to have. The one that we're supposed to have on Friday, Chair.
I understand. So, honorable members, that is the issue. For the sake of time and for the sake of progress, in fact, there are outstanding issues that we have to, have a look at as members of the portfolio committee. And members are going to another sitting now. I see the minister also have his hand up. I'm not too sure, Minister, how we're going to deal with the issue now, but this is now over to the portfolio. We have elaborated, we have discussed the whole issue. There are issues outstanding, and I also want to give members a fair opportunity that the issues outstanding that has not landed on our desk, I would like to give members the opportunity to go through that and to peruse that, and perhaps follow the guidance by the portfolio secretary in terms of the procedure from here. But I will allow you, Minister, noting your hand.
No, thank you. Ed, I will not be more than a minute, Chair. I just want to put two things on the table. This committee, Minister, is being politicized, and I've been looking at this to the extent that even people are calling each other comrade here. That is very unparliamentary to call each other comrade here. This is not an ANC portfolio committee where we call each other comrade, because I will also start calling Marlon, Honorable Marlon, patriot, Baizaje. We should not allow stuff like that. And you said nothing about it, Honorable Chair. It is wrong. Secondly, we can ask the question, but don't come and make accusations that we are hiding and whatever. I can't sit here and just take a beating, and I must be told there's a big difference between oversight and executive authority. I have the executive authority, but oversight needs to come and show me you are wrong here. But if you don't want to pass the budget, it becomes a political issue. If you don't want to pass this, that's okay. We'll deal with this.
Minister, just hold your, just a second. It's not an issue of not passing. It's an issue of procedure, and what is in absentia here now is numerous reports that I would think and argue that the members must have in front of them so that they can make informed the decisions. Honorable Who's that? Honorable Malatsani, is your hand up?
It's Honorable Nkosi.
It's a legacy hand, Chair. Let me just.
Oh, Honorable Nkosi, you may proceed. And may I just say, in terms of what the Minister has said, let us address one another as honorable member. Earlier on, but I don't want to. Just a second. I don't want to make an issue of it. Earlier on, even someone from the department has asked, was that Daniels who asked that? I did not see it as a big issue, but I would like to call upon all stakeholders present in this meeting to address one another as Mr. and or as honorable members in this meeting. Honorable Makato.
Yes, I said I'm agreeing with the two honorable members. I said so.
Honorable Khabo, is that a legacy hand?
No, Chairperson, it's not a legacy hand. It's not a legacy hand at all, Chairperson. I
Please
wanted
proceed and take us forward as a committee in terms of what I have commented.
Yes, Chairperson. Look, we must not be quoted out of context, Chairperson. We acknowledge, we know to the APPs and the budget allocation that has been presented. And our contribution was that the department must go back and look into issues that we have raised. And amongst others are related to the legislative process. Let me make a practical example. PFMA dictates that the department must be sure of what is the money going to be used for before they release the money. We've got instances whereby it was indicated in the report that provinces will be allocated money. And yet again, as a portfolio committee, we do not know what is it that provinces are going to do with such an allocation. And how are we going to play our oversight? That is our worry. And that's what we're expecting.
Honorable Khabo, yeah, no, I've noted that and I've granted that.
So we are saying they must go back. Well, it's not that we are refusing to accept the budget. That's not what we are saying. We are saying for us to accept this thing, let it be aligned to the SMART principles. And we have given reasons and examples of what are we referring to, Chairperson. So that's where we are standing. Let us take it back. Let's allow the department to look into those things and give us the report back, and we'll gladly process this matter again. Thank you very much. If it means that we must request an extension from the House Chair, then so be it. But we're not going to accept a report that is tailor-made or that does not have sufficient information. And in the next thing, we want to be bullied in a way. We can't. We'll never accept that thing.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. Honorable members, just a second, Minister. Honorable members, I don't want to be called in for having this meeting after 2. There is a huge problem of chairpersons allowing meetings exceeding the allocated time. I think in terms of what has been said and observed, let us have the information by Friday. In the meantime, I would request that the portfolio secretary do the necessary arrangements and inform both the portfolio committee as well as the department on the final outcome and also process forward. So for me, it's more than likely that we will then meet as a committee on Friday again, as been explained by the portfolio secretary. Minister, unless it is really crucial, but I have to adjourn this meeting. It's 1 minute past 2.
Chairperson, you've noted me for a long time and you're busy calling other members.
Oh, no, you are allowed to speak. I thought that you said that you agree earlier on.
What is happening with you? You tend to forget me. I don't know why.
Proceed, Honorable Nkosi. My apologies.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to say the members, though the secretary has just said that we need to approve the APPs next week, in the next meeting, I think. But I just want to say that the members that they've proposed that we object to these APPs, I don't think that they are speaking that because they are politicking. It's politically, as the minister is saying. It's not like that. Everyone has got the right to see the things the way he says. But based on the explanation or that the input made by the members, that let's wait for the department to bring all the information that is outstanding. Then after we can be able to be in a position to say what is it that we are doing with these APPs. But it's not because they are politicking. I just want to say that even the issues that are raised, like the one that is raised by Honorable Khabo, that something is hidden here. I don't think that that it must be a big issue. Is the accusation. The minister has just indicated that there's nothing that is hidden here. I don't think that you can make that as a big issue.
Noted, Honorable Nkosi.
It's Khabo's view, so we must respect others' view. And if something is happened and it's not like that, it's fine. Explain that that is not happening like that. That's it. Then we
Noted, Honorable Nkosi.
We move. Thank you very much.
May I ask Dr. Kumalo? Dr. Kumalo, what you see, my other problem is if we get the information on Friday, there's no way that we will meet on Friday. Is it possible? I don't know whether I'm pushing the envelope, Dr. Kumalo, for tomorrow evening.
Chair, you were now saying it's numerous reports that you need. So I will have to see the list from the secretary because, as I was saying, comparative summary we can do and we can provide, but I need to see what are the other things.
I understand.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Honorable members, we are 5 minutes past the time. My humble apologies, Honorable Minister. My humble apologies, those who I can't give another opportunity. I have to adjourn this meeting, and the portfolio secretary will communicate any further developments pertaining to Friday and also the issues. And may I appeal to the portfolio secretary and everyone involved to please collate as soon as possible the information that the portfolio committee needed. Thank you so much. I declare this meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Slalo.